2 separate fucking VODs now at this point. Shit.
The first one really doesn't have anything. You could do another quick intro when you come back up if you feel like it.
Yeah,
Save
hell,
it
I
for
could even
board.
do it as like the session like opening, effectively uploaded as its own separate video. Although I think I was actually down. I wasn't down long enough for. Yeah, no. Twitch kept us live that entire time. So I was back up fast enough to where. Oh no, never mind. It has the stats have reset. Oh well, whatever. And no frame drops.
Okay, so far so good.
Yeah. So, let me see here. Clear off the social medias. Oh, that way there are less distractions. So, where we last?
Right, let me actually get up my notes too.
Yes, where we last left off. You guys had been assigned a mission to head to Halland by the Devarian Empire. And after making your landing, as it were, in Cliffwatch, you started a little bit early by dinking around with some trolls near Cliffwatch, making, admittedly, the area around Cliffwatch safer for the nearby folk, civilians and whatnot. However, there was some disagreement with how figuring out what to do with the trolls, which was hilarious for me because it was 2 hours long, real time.
You know,
as we do,
as you do.
Only to eventually
very seriously.
Yes.
Only to eventually decide our original plan was probably the best, just with very minor adjustments.
Exactly. After that, you headed west towards Mjola, where after it took a few days to get there, but when you arrived, you met Gjarm, the boatman, who, while he could not take you all the way to Wormrest, he could, however, take you up to Halland, as he was and is expecting child within the next any time, frankly.
The next, yes.
Right. So, over the next 12 hours of the travel up the river with Gjarm, he kind of gave you guys a little bit of a more of a open info dump into into the state of Halland and a little bit of backstory from what he knew. When you eventually arrived in Halland on that evening, Gjarm was pretty fucking tired, so he passed the fuck out with the at the inn at the tavern that you all bought beds for. And upon the next day, you woke up and explored Halland a little bit, meeting the mayor and the poor excuse of a mayor, who is more than a little displeased at the current Roshadran occupation.
Drunk, depressed bastard.
Indeed. And decided you wanted to go and see the rumored half-giant that lives a few miles outside of town. But as the weather yesterday was a blizzard, you decided to stay in and wait out the storm. And that is where we last left off. We rejoin you bright and early. Dawn, effectively. No. Not quite dawn yet, but it's getting there. You guys can feel it. And you can still hear the howling of a storm outside as you wake. As you head downstairs, there is a very hearty beef stew in the fire. And everyone is just kind of slowly ambling around in the tavern.
I assume there's not really much in the way of like windows or anything for here, right? There's just the
Yeah, no, not a whole lot in the way of windows, especially considering the upstairs is literally just like it's very slanted because it is effectively the building wide attic is where all the
Right.
bedrolls are. And as you get downstairs, yeah, there's not a whole lot of windows. It's very much built more to keep warmth in
right,
at the expense of not having windows.
right. Very utilitarian in that sense.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But I take it even just from the sounds of things, tell it ain't too good out.
No, you can hear that wind whipping by even outside.
Yes. Well, never was much one for getting a feel for how weather works, but if we're getting deeper into winter at this point, gods only know if we're going to have a chance for this to even settle down.
And the bar matron, the keeper, one of the keepers of this tavern.
I'm trying to remember, the tavern here is called the Stuck Pig, wasn't it? Or...
Yes.
Okay.
This is the stuck pig. Oh no, that was the I believe it was the gullible pig. No,
I thought-
that was the
yeah,
other one.
We had the gullible seal.
That's it. It was
one
in
Clipwatch.
was in Cliffwatch.
Yeah,
This
that
is
was
the
the
stuck pig.
Clipwatch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A very matronly woman.
Right.
Human, red hair.
Just a moment.
Looks to be missing her right eye. With some light scarring around the outside of the right eye on her face.
Sorry, I missed that. I assume that was just a bit of a description of the...
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Dustin had to grab my tongue for something.
Oh, you're okay. And she just, well, it's not much, but the stew is fresh, made just this morning.
Something's better than nothing.
It's
Have some.
very hot, very nice for days like today when it's going to be cold and snowy.
Well, take it you get a lot of these kind of days out here, don't you?
Especially whenever it gets this late in the year. Yes.
How do you folks manage it?
Alcohol and hearty stew.
I can certainly think of worse ways to pass the winters.
And there's a reason that there are a lot of babies born in early summer.
That checks out. Yes, that...
What better way to pass the cold months than alcohol, warm food, and fucking? Especially if you're married.
Took the words out of my mouth.
But welcome to Halland. You guys, you all, your party arrived late last night, so I didn't quite have a chance to say hello.
Actually, this is technically our second to here, right?
Oh
'Cause
yeah,
we-
no, yeah, you're right. You spent the second
Right.
day, and that's where when you
Yeah.
looked around town, basically, and you went by the city hall, and okay,
Right.
no, see, I forgot to take notes last week for the session that happened, so I had to write them all down today. So,
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I had to do a bit of a take. I was like, wait, hold on, wasn't it? Yeah, this is this would be our second full day because we were late into the night.
yeah,
on,
you guys got
when we
there.
arrived with Yarm.
Yeah, you guys got there about 10 o'clock at night, the first day, the first night
Right.
you arrived.
And yeah, I remember Lorenz and Aslan's arms were a little fucked up from helping with the rowing.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, Gyarm's was absolutely fucking just out immediately. At this point, anytime you guys get near the front door, and you can start to feel the draft start to come in, like under the door and whatnot. And it's cold. It's cold as fuck. Like there's a little bit of snow that occasionally powdered snow that kind of comes in underneath the door and whatnot. But it is. If you had to wager, especially because it's still technically early morning, it's probably low double digits, if not approaching single digits.
Remind me to have words with whoever's ideas what this was to send us out here when we get back.
I'm sure there'll be time to talk about that, but need to make the most of this time with what we can still feel.
Zindros, meanwhile, is primarily just keeping to himself today. Mentions not being able to sleep very well the night before, and just I will probably be staying here if you do decide to brave the storm today.
I understand. With your condition, as it may be, it might be a little less than ideal to brave this weather.
It certainly would not be preferable.
Well, I know that you're able to fend for yourself well enough, but if we do manage to head out, just take care. Keep an eye on yourself and on the silver shites, as it were.
Yes, try not to get into any fights to the death.
That would be that'd be appreciable.
I have no faith. It's the way we do things. We all know it.
I mean, you didn't have to say it out loud, but I won't disagree. I guess just looking to the rest of the group and saying, well, certainly not ideal conditions, but I don't know how much we want to wait on the weather to change. We've still got so much ahead of us to do yet. Do we take the chance? See if we can finish our business here and then move onward?
Starting to feel like we might have to.
Fef does not make decisions. Fef continues to consume his bowl of warmth.
Bowl of warm.
Bowl of warmth that occasionally has what you think might be beef.
Listen, I'm sure we've all been cold enough to heat up some soup just to eat it to be warm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's... Fuck, that is a mood. It's like, I swear, just this ambient soundtrack itself is kind of getting that feeling.
Right, too cold, my one brain cell is stuck.
Hell yeah. Look, hey.
Unfreeze the brain cell, let it be free. At least let it move at the rate of the DVD screensaver.
Oh, there's a story involved with the DVD screensaver that happened while we were up at the Campbells, but let's not get into that.
Oh god.
Well, suppose the sooner that we finish what it is we need to do here, the sooner we can be where we are supposed to be.
And the sooner we can put this whole business behind us.
Precisely.
Well, hope everyone's got their snowshoes ready. Gods know we'll need them. We'll probably try and just get set to head out as soon as we've finished our meal. No point delaying things too much.
Okay.
Now, if I recall, the mayor had said that, I believe he said the giant's name was Harald, I think
Yes.
it was. Was
I will
his
actually...
family was supposed to be like a couple of miles or a couple of hours to the east of town, I think, right?
It was to the east, and he said about a little less than 2 miles.
Okay. Somewhat vague, and honestly surprised we even got that much out of a drunkard like that, but if anything, a giant's abode shouldn't be too hard to spot if we go in roughly the right direction. Hopefully.
All right, so you guys are going to head out into the blizzard to try and find the place. Okay.
Believe so.
All right. I would
And we
like...
still have no way to protect our eyes, right?
I mean... You mean from,
I
like...
don't
this
think we
level of
managed to get
blizzard,
like sort of goggles, but yeah, I don't think the like snow blindness in the sense of like bright light is going to be our issue. It's
Right.
probably just going to be reduced visibility from the snow coming down
Yeah.
itself.
You have no need to worry about snow blindness today. But definitely reduced visibility. Ranged attacks, any ranged attacks made, at least when it's in blizzard conditions, will have a -2 automatically. A -2 circumstance penalty.
Understandable. I got it.
Both from visibility, but also the intense winds of the storm.
Right.
So,
Gotcha.
everyone give me nature checks.
Right.
That's not going to go well for me.
I was say I don't suppose
Hey.
these like it doesn't necessarily matter for me, but I don't suppose these could be substituted for survival in any other case, or
Survival, I will... Oof.
Oh,
Mwah.
I also forgot I had the fucking glass break sound for that once.
And there's even a little, like, I don't know if you saw, but there's even a little shatter, like, effect around your die when it fucking... when it
Yeah,
hits...
I didn't hear the noise. I just saw the shatter.
I heard the noise. So could we get a modification that's the price of right? No.
oh yeah.
I actually do have that sound file already if you want it.
Beautiful. Yeah, the nature check is primarily just, like, you guys trying to orient yourselves the correct direction, effectively, in the storm. Hey, there you go, Pax.
Yeah, not a 1.
Not a 1. You are technically not the worst person in the party.
Oh, I have more wisdom than Maha. That's bad.
Oh no.
I mean, if it's staying oriented and whatnot, that does typically fall more into the
Yes.
purview of survival.
Survival is coming
than
up.
nature.
Survival is coming
Oh,
up.
lovely.
Because it will be heading out of town and out of the town to the east, trying to actually not get lost in the storm. So you guys are able to orient yourself correctly with mostly going off of Fef's guidance. Now I want survival checks from everyone.
There's a part of me that's debating, would Maha trust Fef to actually have us in the right direction, but...
Rude, but understandable.
Like, Ma's probably accepted that he don't know what the fuck he's doing, so... Yeah, he sure as fuck doesn't know.
Yeah. So yeah, Lorenz, Fef, and Pax. I'm sorry, Lorenz, Aslan, and Pax. You guys are fairly... Between the three of you, are able to guide Fef and Maha along.
Despite Maha's best efforts.
Despite Maha's best efforts at getting absolutely lost.
Fucking city slicker, what can I say?
It's true. Fucking politicians.
And the city is slicker with all that ice, that's true.
Okay.
Hmm.
You didn't have to go there, but you did, and I respect it, but fuck.
Lamau 1-800 number. But yeah, so as you guys head out into the storm, it does heat up a little bit. It doesn't get to the point where it's ever comfortable by any means. But it does get to the point where you're not it's
Not unbearable.
right. It's not to the point like it was this morning when you thought it was near single digits. No, it is technically classified under mild cold by the time as the sun somewhere up there begins to heat up the area. That is not a really good loop. Got it.
I'm breaking the storm. Oh wait.
Wow, the snow just suddenly fuck. And as you are traveling along to the east, eventually, within about an hour, you guys encounter a large wooden gate. Or, I'm sorry, no, a large wooden wall. If you had to wager in the storm, it's over about 10 feet tall. You're not entirely sure if you can see the top or not, but it is definitely over 10 feet tall.
Oh. Some kind of battlements, or a fence for a giant's yard.
Possibly both.
If the man was a raider, certainly could be possible. I suppose I imagine with the blizzard visibility not too much, but I suppose we're not seeing from our point any like breaks in the wall or anything to either side, like any sort of like gate or opening or anything to it.
Eventually, as you go around the side, you do eventually find a gate. Yes.
Okay. How is the gate as tall as the wall?
Yes.
Then?
Oh, yes. And it is. This is a very well constructed fence and gate. And I mean, it is just wood stacked next to each other. There's not a whole lot of, like, empty spaces. Effectively.
Got properly built gate this hall. It's like, yep, giants, all right.
But how can you be sure?
Nobody told the dwarves the giants are better craftsmen than them. They'll take it very personally.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It's just because they can hit the metal harder, is what it is.
Dwarven copium is the strongest copium known to mankind.
Look, no, I was the one drinking.
Karma, baby!
Is there any sort of like latch or anything to the gate visible for one, and two within reach?
Yeah.
No to both.
Good.
Well, stumbling block number one.
How loud is the storm?
Yeah, I was just about to.
I mean, the wind is certainly whipping, but it's not, like, deafening.
We could just yell.
I was about to say yelling in some enthusiastic knocking.
I mean, it's a gate, like for a fence, not for a house, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And
That's what I'm-
Aslan's gonna, if there's a handhold that she can get, she's gonna try to open it.
There's no real, like, latch or handhold that you can see.
And she'll try to push.
That is fair. As you push, as Aslan pushes, it does not budge.
The wall continues to wall.
Make sure to try to pull it as well.
Well, there's nothing to grab onto to pull it, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
There's not enough room between planks to get a handhold.
Fef is going to begin rifling the bag of holding while you guys discuss what to do.
I mean, we'll try both of us pushing. It might just be a weight plus snow kind of thing. Oh no!
No, I popped my elbow. I just moved my arm in such a way that it made my elbow pop.
Oh. It looked a lot more painful than that.
It felt painful for about 2 nanoseconds.
Fair. Yeah, Aslan and I both can try pushing on it and seeing if it's a weight plus snow blockage.
Sure. But even with the both of you pushing, it doesn't really budge all that much. There's like, yeah.
And how tall is the gate?
It's about as tall as the rest of the wall.
So
Which is
10 feet, I believe you said.
10 feet is as far as you can see.
Right, we're not even positive we can see all the way to the top.
Fef will produce, by the way, a grappling hook and 50 feet of rope from the bag of holding.
Okay.
Well, breaking and entering the home of a woman and child is...
Wait, no. See, they can't hear us from out here. We just need to go knock on the door. We're not breaking and entering until we break into the actual house.
We could just yell from
I
the top
hate
of the
that
fence.
that makes sense.
We could also, try to see if we can get some attention from the top of the fence.
It's fair enough.
If we want to try knocking on the gate, I can certainly try that too.
It's true.
As Aslan gets into a punching stance.
Oh God.
Flurry of knocks.
So it wouldn't do any damage to the actual door because we know how the resistance stuff works now.
Yeah.
Yeah. About that time, you hear from above you. Who goes there? I'm sorry. Not the right voice. Who goes there?
Okay, looking up, can we actually see?
You see something and there is definitely a glint of metal somewhere up there. And just around that time, the blizzard does begin to slack off. It does not disappear, but it becomes a more gentle snowfall. And as the snow does kind of begin to slack off and the wind dies down a little bit, you see a woman at the top of the gate, at the top of the wall, I should say, to the left of the gate, which as the wind begins to stop, as the wind widens down, you can tell that it is about roughly 15 feet tall. And you see a youngish looking woman. You wager probably somewhere in her 20s. Aiming a very large bow at you. Blonde hair, sides of which are shaved, pulled back into a braid that disappears below the parapet of the gate, of the wall, from where she is.
We are travelers come searching for the home of Harald, former raider.
Why?
We've heard some of the tales of his time as one of the raiders for Halland. We wish to hear more ourselves.
If you've come seeking stories of glory, in truth, you'd only be hearing them second, if not third hand. Are you Roshadrins then?
I'm here to cause problems for the Rosadrins.
Oh.
Maybe make a few new stories.
And she immediately raises the bow, loosens the arrow on the string, and just
Turn to Mahajabit. It did not seem like the time to mince words.
Old habits of politics.
And then she turns, and you hear, huh! One moment, and you hear something move from inside of the gate. And with that, the gate is pulled open. And there before you, standing at a little bit over 7 feet tall, in a gambeson, trousers, and fairly heavy boots, is this woman you saw up on the wall. Just, you are a motley assortment.
So we've been told.
And you see, even in the doorway, you see as you kind of get your first glance past the wall, a kind of a front yard area. There is what you may have at one point been a garden / in the spring may be a garden, as well as a very low built barn off to one side of what it looks to be a fairly well-built cottage. Which in the doorway of, there is a second woman, blonde hair, also kind of grown out and braided, but not shaved at the sides. And she looks to be about, you wager roughly somewhere between 5'6" and 6 feet tall. You're not 100% sure since you're kind of far away. dressed in, again, a sleeveless vest, trousers, boots, with a scarf around her neck, holding a shield and a spear, and looking at you very meanly.
I take it that visitors are not a common sight for you.
No, not typically.
I very much understand the guarded reception. But, as my friend here said, we are no friends of Rashadran, to be sure.
Well, come in. Well, there's a break in the storm, I suppose.
Thank you.
And she kind of steps to the side and kind of lets you guys in. Before, admittedly, closing the gate behind you and putting the very solid wooden bar on the inside of the gate.
Okay.
A simple locking mechanism, but effective.
Indeed.
And she kind of...
Ain't just pushing that.
Oh yeah, no, like this looks... I say it's a bar. It's effectively a whittled down tree trunk. Is what it is.
Hot damn.
And she's gonna... Come. As she motions you inside and she just... Peace. Mother. Guests. And you can even tell, even from the sound of her voice, she's kind of skeptical of you guys herself. And she kind of... And the older woman, and as you get closer, you can tell she's about 5'6", 5'7", maybe. And her blonde hair, with kind of crow's feet around the eyes. She's got kind of starting to get some silver at the temples. Kind of steps to the side and lowers the spear, puts the spear up on her shoulder, and just before heading back inside.
Yeah, just allowing them to take the lead to show us in.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. And the cottage, as you guys get inside the cottage, it is fairly simple. You figure there's a kind of the biggest room being this room you walk into, which is and there's a fireplace in the corner. What looks to be kind of like a bed to one side, with a weapons rack of just a litany of various bladed weapons, which the mother, you wager the mother, puts one of her shields next to another shield that is sitting next to it. Kind of just on a separate rack. And on a third rack, not quite a rack, but a standing dummy, is a well-polished, but occasionally with somewhat dinged and nicked suit of plate armor. And as you walk in...
That armor, does that look roughly like sized for either of them, or
You can kind of... It looks like the was to be sized for the younger one.
Okay.
Is your rough estimate. Definitely doesn't fit the older one.
Right. Okay. Just trying to get an eye on those.
Sure. And then as you walk in, she kind of shuts the door behind you guys, and once the draft fades, it begins to warm up fairly quickly, and the younger one takes a seat on a bench, like just kind of near the fire, though looking at you all just. Huh. So you're here to make rubble for the Roshadra.
Enthusiastic nod.
Such was our mission. Directly from Empress Jessamine herself.
Oh, interesting. Well, suppose you've technically came to the right place. We've not had the best of relations with the Roshadrans.
Such is the tale that we seem to have heard in few of the places we've managed to stop by down here in Halland thus far.
No. Ask around long enough in any town. You'll find someone that doesn't have a good story. And the older one kind of starts making hand motions that only one of you, that would be Lorenz.
What a fucking time to retrain!
Uh,
Sorry, I got really excited.
Lorenz, you're able to understand her as asking why are these, aside from why are these people here, are you sure we can trust them?
I'm going to sign back at her. Our enemies are your enemies, and that is trust enough.
And both of them kind of look at you just... Oh.
I'm deep in enemy territory. I need to find a way to hide my accent.
Oh, gosh, yes, that is very Bavarian. Deep Valdian, whatever you wish to call it.
Bits of both. Ask around my neighborhood. You get 7 different names for 7 different locations.
Well, of course, introductions. I am Ilona. Ilona Haraldottir. This is my mother, Sigrun. And who are all of you?
My name is Mahajapit, former and, I suppose, acting again, current emissary for the Devarian Empire.
Azaleen.
You are frightening and visible. In a good way.
I have less often been told that it was in the good way. So I will accept your words.
That meant as a compliment. If it helps. Oh, hey. Riona came up, by the way, with a new Mahajapit misspelling.
Oh no.
Mahajabit. Mahajobbit. Perfect.
Yeah.
That's going
Which can then become Maja Hobbit.
Mm-hmm.
Fool of a Glinthatook.
Mahjong it.
Yes.
Fool of a Glinthatook. Holy shit. Woo! I'm not
it
even...
writes itself.
It writes itself. Well done, everyone. This has been a great excuse for campaign's over. There's nothing left to do.
Excuse for me to leave.
My work here is done.
Fuck.
But you haven't done anything. My work here is done.
Swish my cake.
Tuxedo mask.
Due to unfortunate circumstances, I will be passing away.
Mahajapit and Azalin. And she looks at the rest of you.
Fef, son of Fef, son of Walla.
Father had stories of your clan.
Lorenz is having a conniption.
We
Yeah.
do good work.
Yes. He said you were some of the fiercest warriors he ever fought against.
We do good work.
Against, you say?
Well, before Halland was brought into the Empire, my father was alive for many centuries.
Very
Makes sense.
varied and storied histories, then.
Yes. My father remembered a time when Halland was not a part of the Devarian Empire.
Fair enough. Lorenz.
Lorenz.
And Maud just, like, having a bit of just... We really are probably going to need some aliases if we're going to be talking to each other around Rashadrins. I call you by your name, that's going to be a dead giveaway, as is.
That's not wrong.
My name's Pax. Let's just pretend I asked how mechanically you happened and move on.
Out of character. Jesus Christ, Pax, you just can't ask how babies are made.
I can when one of them's a giant and the other one's a fucking normal-sized lady.
Polymorph.
Maha, in character, is just going to slowly turn to Pax or just... What the hells?
No, even Ilana just...
Taking a drink.
And Sigun, next to Ilana, just... Her cheeks start to get real red real fast, and she's... reaches under the bench, pulls out a bottle of something, uncorks it, and just...
Minimizes a spell we could learn in school, Pax, and that's all I'll say from there.
Drinking harder.
Sigrun, by the way, looking at Lorenz, just...
He just signs at her. It's just to keep the conversation going.
I understand, but no.
No, He starts to sign and then just kind of puts his hands down.
Ilana, meanwhile, just, I don't need this in my life.
I don't think any of us needed this. Can we please steer the conversation?
And she leans forward, actually, just at you, Pax, just, why is the first instinct when you meet someone to ask how their parents fucked?
I said we could pretend I asked and move on. It's been bothering me for 2 days now, though.
Nope.
Pax, the next time you have a thought, let it go.
Nope.
Brilliant. I'm getting my energy drink out of the fridge. You reprobates keep being reprobates.
Can you please get me a do drink, two fingers worth? Thank you.
Minimize fingers?
No, not minimized fingers. Fucking reprobate.
With TJ's big old bear paws.
Look, that's fine. 2 fingers is 2 fingers. Says the size queen.
$20 is $20.
Exactly. Oh, I might have killed TJ in the hallway with that one.
That is some back alley economics.
2 fingers is 2 fingers, said the size queen. I've killed Dan.
I mean, all this is better than the direction I was going to be going a while back, so I'm just going to leave it at that.
Oh no. You'll have to DM me that, but carrying on.
Me too.
Oh, just drop it in the text chat at that point.
Yeah, I'm like, honestly.
Look, we can keep it kinky, just not on stream. So, I don't want to think about my parents in that capacity. Please and thank you. Could you please? Not wrong. But yes, you've come to disrupt Roshadrin. The Roshadrins, you said, Roshadrin occupation, I would assume, then.
Indeed. We were told to, in essence, destabilize their hold here so that, with some disturbance from within, Duver could then also amass forces to reclaim from without and put on enough pressure to overwhelm their hold here.
Can't say that I'm entirely enthused about it. Again, as my father, well, as I've been told, my father said, we had a checkered history with the Devarian Empire. One that he admittedly quite enjoyed, but
I'm certain your Rosajan arrangement are
far worse.
equally as checkered, but in the other direction.
Roughly. Yeah, I would say that is correct. Kind of looks up as the it sounds like the wind begins to pick back up outside. Just, Well, you came looking for tales of my father, and I'm afraid I'm at a loss. I don't talk much. I don't get to speak with many people, and it's not something I can really do with my throat, but you can tell from the sound of her voice that it is hoarse from lack of use. There's that softness of tone to it from someone who does not get to talk very often or doesn't talk often.
Right. I see.
Now, you want to disrupt the Roshadrin? There are ways, suppose. Though admittedly I am, as you can probably tell, quite removed from the daily goings of Halland.
So it would seem, with setting yourselves so far apart from the city itself, I imagine that interaction is sparse.
After Father passed away, it didn't feel right to live. No, after Father was murdered, it did not feel right to stay in town.
Was it for fear of further reprisal from the Rashadrins against you, or relation?
Do you want to live in the town that murdered your parents? No, I might, but you probably wouldn't.
That says a lot about your relationship with your father, and I'm sorry.
Her father was nice enough.
To be fair, I did say parents, not parent.
That is fair. I apologize. But no, it is. You're both correct. Mother moved us out here. For especially when, well, And she motions to herself, like, being as tall as she is. And just... It seemed the more prudent gesture.
I can understand that.
Especially after, well... Neither of them went down without a fight. Mother or father. One just happened to live through her injuries. Reaches over and just kind of wraps her arm around her mother and just kind of squeezes her shoulders.
Hajabit, please correct me if I'm wrong, but perhaps the most helpful thing that they could do for us would be to provide us with names, and if they have some locations of some of the associates of her father that might be willing to aid us and cause trouble once we move on.
Oh. Well. Associates of father might be hard to come by anymore.
From what I understand, nearly all of the raiders were not
Associates,
spared.
sympathizer, you know what I mean.
I understand. Anyone. The Roshadrans have murdered any giant that they have found as they swept across the land. Raider or not. Now, admittedly, many raiders, from what I've heard, did not take kindly to the occupation, to the Roshadran forces. However, what is a town's raiders supposed to do when it is an army that sweeps through?
Fight Jersey.
Oh, well, trust me, there's plenty of that. We made them pay for They made them pay for every inch they took. But
We'll see. They're established now, and they've lost their momentum.
and they've also only left a garrison behind.
Men can be poisoned, buildings can be burned, supplies can be destroyed.
Poison is for women.
Poison is for making things dead.
There is no honor in poison.
There's no honor in being occupied by a force that is weaker than you in the first place.
I just have to chime in. I really had it in my mind. Poison is for supper.
It's true! Aslan has experience.
It's true.
A nightshade salad for dinner again? Gee whiz, Mom. Anyway.
How come your mom lets you have 5 nightshade leaves? Because I can take it, you pussy.
Because I ain't a bitch.
Was absent from school a lot, though.
Yeah. Is that the salt shaker? We'll find out.
Well, I don't suppose you know of any former members of your father's raiding party that may have escaped from the slaughter, as it were.
Not here in Holland. I helped bury them myself.
I see. I'm sorry.
That being said, I versus 20 or so. I cannot win that fight no matter how strong I am. 6 versus 20. Unlikely. But there is a sliver.
Did we mention we punched the dragon to death on our way here?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, is that
Yeah. So I have several bottles of fire.
No, at that point, by the way, you see Sigrun just immediately look at Aslan and just...
Whoever has some of the dragon parts, I will gesture to them to show the.
Oh yeah, I'll just
Proof?
reach into
some
my
of the blood.
coat. Yeah, I'll reach into my coat and pull out some of the dragon's claws even.
Hold on, I need to find. Okay, here we go. Because Riona's in the audience, I need to get this correct. Sigrun looks at you as you mentioned killing a dragon. Just well, without my mic in the way, just. Which Lorenz, you know, means go on.
To be fair, she didn't say kill a dragon. She said punch a dragon.
I'm aware.
Punch a dragon to death.
That's even better.
Long story made short, we were attacked by a very young white dragon on the way here, and she held it down, and these two beat the ever-living hell out of it until it stopped fucking moving.
Just in a wave.
That.
It was probably one of the scariest things I've ever seen in my life.
I believe one of the merchants has that I've seen pass through town before. There's an appropriate phrase that metal is hell.
It's actually not the first time I've heard that about them.
You could say that we, as our crew here, we have seen some shit.
And seem to specialize in brutality in one form or another.
Well, considering you're from the Devarian Empire and here in the dead of Kalint, I would help you. I would hope you are adept.
We do good work.
Yes.
That phrase is starting to mean many things, and I'm beginning to understand more and more of what you mean when you say it.
We can handle ourselves fairly well, though still don't know how you folks manage to deal with this cold. I'm Sabanthine myself, and this is far colder than I have been in my life, frankly.
Yeah, they have a fire going in their home, do they not?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yes,
But you're still used
in
to
traveling
I was just
about
making sure.
here. In traveling about, I have been colder than I have been in my life.
Yeah,
Yes.
in this cottage, I would say it's roughly about 55.
Ooh, that's
Right.
comfortable.
It is
It's very comfortable.
Yeah, relatively comfy for
compared to
for-
outside.
For somebody from the deserts, yeah, it's not good.
Savantha is actually not a desert.
Oh, right.
Savantha is think of Venice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even better worse.
right, like fairly temperate climb.
Aslan
coastal,
is from the one that was close to desert.
Yes.
That's
Right.
right. I knew I was
Right.
mixing
So
something
then
up
she
there.
spent over 30 years in the Teethwald, so she had some time to acclimate, but she still doesn't like it.
Yeah.
No, and meanwhile, it's like about this time because you guys have kind of been spending the last few hours. A few hours have passed at this point. It's like 21 outside.
Right.
We can ask you to put us in contact with somebody different. In exchange for
In exchange for helping.
brutality.
I would help you if, in exchange, we rid Halland of the Roshadran.
I thought we were doing that anyways.
Well, you spoke of moving on. I wasn't sure.
We do have other things we need to do, but if you'll forgive the grim statement, if there are no Rashadrans to tell others what has happened here, our mission may still go unimpeded. Is that what you are looking for?
I suppose.
I believe I may have mentioned, but our primary intent here is to see the entirety of Kalint brought out from under the yoke of the Rashadrans. Whatever pockets of resistance we may foment on our way to Wormrest are certainly helpful in destabilizing their control here.
Yes. So you're heading to Wyrmrest then?
Indeed. There are some other agents that we have been sent to contact, and some matters that we've been sent to research. But along the way, if we can manage to weaken the hold that Rashadran has and give them enough trouble that
Well,
resistance from without and within could spell the end of their hold here, all the better.
Riona killed Dave, and that's hilarious to me.
I'm a ghost now.
Frost Hilda Ice Breast.
Fuck.
Not what ice chest means.
I cannot guarantee that I will be able to help you past Halland, at least physically. And she kind of motions to her mother. Stay here. I will be staying here to keep my mother safe and healthy.
We would not presume to make you do otherwise. That you would...
Do you know somebody capable of transporting us? You could arrange an introduction.
Oh, absolutely. There are many fishermen still in the village. Well, especially now that the winter has begun to approach so readily. I could, especially after removing as many the Roshadrans. There are many fishermen in the village that I think would be more than willing to see you along your path.
That you'd be willing to lend your aid to us in any way is more appreciated than you know. I understand that it's no small feat to try and lead a resistance in the face of what has already happened here.
Yes, you are fighting an uphill battle, and I appreciate the sentiment, but you are also fighting an uphill battle.
I do have a couple of questions that are actually on topic and not mentally scarring.
Thank you. And she kind of reaches over and actually puts her hands over her mother's ears. I assure you, I have questioned the same as earlier. I don't need to think about it any more than I already have. Please, never
That's
again.
Fair. Is there anybody in town who's actually sympathetic to the Rashadran, or would try to contact them if all of the soldiers mysteriously died?
Well, again, I'm not. We live outside of Holland. We don't keep up with the local politics. But if you want my best educated guess, I would say no. Almost everyone in the village, if not everyone in the village, lost either a husband, a wife, or a son or daughter when the Roshadrans came through. Or father, mother.
And then my other question, might not know this, but I'm gonna ask anyways. Do the guards here ever swap out with new sets of Rashadran soldiers, or have they been here consistently, this group?
Generally consistently. I believe I heard it once explained to me as attempting to garner sympathy, grow attachment. I think I'm phrasing it incorrectly, but I think you know what I mean.
And I'm guessing that has gone less than spectacularly for them.
Certainly, it has certainly gone well for them on the surface.
a lot of smiling masks, as it were, then.
Quite.
Cool.
They
That means no
swept.
reinforcements.
They swept through and killed any warrior that might step against them.
I know that you've kept yourselves apart and separate from things, but I don't suppose, in passing at all, you may have heard of any other pockets of resistance cropping up at all, or if the people generally kept their heads down.
I am afraid I have not. There might be others in town that may have, but I personally have not.
There is a group that we did manage to see while we were in town. Tell me, do you know anything of the Hog's Blood company of mercenaries?
They are a fairly well-reputed mercenary company. That when the Roshadrans offered them coin, they took it.
I see. Well, we did see a decent contingent of them staying at the tavern when we came by, though it seemed that they were rather off-duty in between jobs, as it were. You say that they've taken Rashadran coin. Have they consistently stayed loyal to that, or do they just go where the money is?
They roam in Halland, and where the coin in Halland currently is Roshadran coin.
We should find out how much they're getting paid.
It's true. May be able to weigh their coin purses against the Rashadrans, though they did seem to take their leave of the tavern, whether they were just out and about for the time or if they've left entirely.
I will say, to interject for a moment, the Hog's Blood are known for, if nothing else, if they take a contract, they keep to that contract. They are known for not being able to be bought out.
So if they are currently within the employ, we're shit out of luck.
Effectively. Though, it is a good idea. It was a good idea. And she motions to Fef.
There's also the chance that the Rashadrans have not paid up.
If that were the case, the Rashadrans would not be here anymore. I will say that. The moment that they don't get paid, the Hog's Blood do not stick around. And typically they take what they feel is...
Are owed.
They are owed in whatever payment they feel is appropriate.
My map just vanished. What the hell?
Nope.
Yeah, I've got this screen that just has like a sheet that says Pathfinder, like some keys and a compass and stuff.
Oh, that's the Pathfinder UI module. It's weird. Try reloading.
Yeah. Try that.
I did
Turn
not.
it off and back on again.
Right, I did not touch anything. I'll say that. So
I just saw it. Okay. Right, went back. Okay, there we go. Now it's set. Okay. There was one other matter that we have heard about, though have been unsure of who or where to inquire anything about them. We've heard some say that for a decent chance to utterly crush the Rashadrans, one possible route would be to seek the aid of the Rune Giants to the south.
yes.
I don't suppose you know much about them.
I have stories that what mother has shared with me. The mother has shared with me from father, I should say. Um, the rune giants are chroniclers of the past. They are also they jealously guard the history that uh, they are, to my knowledge, the most aggressive giants that are out there, as they view history as theirs to preserve. But as apparently father once said, or said many times, they were the ones who brought magic to non-dragon kind.
Just, I don't suppose I would be able to do a recall knowledge check for if this lines up with any history I know or that Glinthatook may have rattling around.
You recall knowledge with Arcana.
Okay.
Even Glinthatook in your head is like, when you probe him, I should say, is it doesn't sound familiar to me.
I see. Well, being that they are so aggressive and have such a history, I imagine entreating them for aid is unlike to go well.
Certainly in regard to this, they, after the Rashadrons moved in, they mostly migrated to the south and have kept there, but in turn, the Rashadrons have been kept out of the south.
Keeping to their own, but not necessarily moving to rise against them.
Indeed. Keeping to their own, but brooking no bullshit is, I believe, a term I've heard.
So, we were told they killed the worm that is Wormrest now, right?
The Rune Giants, yes. That is my understanding as well.
Would they be personally offended to find out there's another worm alive?
What?
I suppose the news hasn't spread out. A worm rose in the northern reaches of the Empire, and dragons have begun to show themselves all across the continent to attack.
That does explain why you ran into a dragon on your way here.
Now, to be fair, the boatman that took us here to Halland had mentioned the dragons without terribly much surprise, as though they've been around for some time, though. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I thought that, just out of character, I thought that the general knowledge among the Empire was that, like, dragons were more or less the stuff of legends
Yes.
at that point.
Kalint, not so much.
Clint is on the other side of a mountain range.
Right.
But also, Clint has been separated from the Empire for about 35 years now. No,
Right.
roughly 30, 25-ish. I should say.
Right. Yeah, because they swept in a little after the war had started and took it.
Because there was nothing in their way, basically. They just came over the ocean and just, hey, it's ours now.
Right.
And, of course, the Devarian Empire, with no functioning air fleet at that point because of what happened when the war broke out,
Right.
had no way to retaliate.
Right. So the news of dragons starting to rise up amongst the Empire as a whole was shocking enough to us, though hearing that they have been at least somewhat known about here for some time was not what I expected to hear.
Understandable. The dragons here, rose roughly 20 years ago, give or take. And I won't say have been causing a nuisance, but they have been a part of life. This boatman Kjarm, I think I've met him. Red hair?
He's got a beard on an elf.
Okay, yeah. Kjarm. Yep. I know him immediately. I've met him once or twice. He's on the younger side. He was born not very long after the dragons started to rise again in Halland. So to him, it would make sense where he would be acclimated to them, as they have just been part of his daily life for as long as he's been born.
But in the grander scale of things, it is still a recent occurrence then.
Post Roshadran occupation.
I see. Yes, as was stated, though, a worm most certainly did rise. We saw it for ourselves, in fact.
And again, Sigurd just.
When we had first met each other for the sake of, honestly, a package delivery, as it were, we had found ourselves up in Auhax and saw the worm fly over and burn a good quarter of the city to the ground as it flew across. It was not the only place to be attacked, though. Zashor was completely brought to ruin.
That does track with what I've heard from stories of when the worms raged across the land unimpeded.
So, yeah, I was just wondering if they would be the rune giants. I mean, would they fight them? Not for us, but just in general?
If one of them came within the Rune Giants' territory. Rune Giants are, to my knowledge, very territorial, but
I imagine that if what you say about the tales of them being sort of self-appointed chroniclers and caretakers of history, I suppose trying to be moved by outside forces not affecting them and not in their interest would be less than feasible.
quite. That being said, if you ever find one of their rune stones, it would be, I'm sure, a wealth of knowledge and history and whatever else they may have felt like dedicating the stone to.
I see. I imagine, though, with their intent on history, those runestones are rather well guarded, or
They, almost as if they raise them for glory. Some in glory. Some just as a way to mock the. To make the mutable telling of history immutable. A reminder, a solid, unchangeable thing.
So that it not be forgotten to history.
Thank you. I was struggling with the words. A way so that way, no matter how many generations of storytellers may pass, the stone is there.
But these stones would be in their territory, I assume.
Newer ones, perhaps. There are some. The Roshadrons, bastards that they are, have smashed a good many of them when they encountered them. Just out of spite, I believe. But there are some in less traveled areas that are still around, to my understanding.
I suppose it would be interesting to keep our eyes out for them.
So then these rune stones, are they... What would we be looking for exactly? Would they be something that could be carried, or are they typically carved into the earth itself?
No, they are. I'm roughly 20 feet tall, potentially as many feet wide. Rocks that have been carved into, and then the indentations dyed to make them stand out. Although, admittedly, with the older ones, that dye may have faded many centuries ago. And I would not say transportable.
I see. I did not know the scale of what we were working with for those. It is certainly a bit grander than I had realized.
Yes, and admittedly, those are some of the larger ones. There are some that are 10 feet tall, whatever, within that range.
Dependent on the content being inscribed therein, I imagine.
Yes, exactly.
Possibly something to keep our eyes peeled for.
I've heard that there are a great many things. How the giants brought magic from the dragons to the non-giant races, the taming of wild magics, all sorts of things.
Well, certainly is a shame to hear that the Irshadrins cared not for history on that, but if we can potentially find something of use. But I believe the conversation has drifted a bit away from the more present
Yes.
and urgent matters,
Of course,
as it were.
I'm sorry. It's been a while since I've had
No.
someone to physically talk to.
Need not apologize at all.
You
I am...
wish to bring the fight to Halland, and if that is the case, I will join you.
I see. Well, there is another amongst our group that waits for us back there. He is a bit further disinclined from traveling in such harsh conditions, if avoidable. But he is much more resilient in other ways.
See. I see.
I suppose the only question is if you are willing to come along to assist in this endeavor. You are much more familiar with these surroundings than we are. I would defer to your approach as to how you think would be best to get the drop on them, as it were.
I understand. Huh. Give me, I'm not much of a leader. Um, hmm.
If not taking the lead, then at least advising on potential stratagems.
And she kind of stands up to her full height, which, even in this cottage, is not even close to the ceiling. Uh, but it is, I will say, over halfway there. And she kind of walks over to the set of armor that is there on the dummy you saw when you first entered. And kind of stares at it, and it is, when you see the two side by side, definitely made for. And she just, well, let's start somewhere. And she, forgive me. She kind of bodily lifts the dummy of the armor. Give me some time. Donning armor is not exactly, as I'm sure Lorenz there will tell you, the most graceful of times.
Of course.
She kind of takes the armor through a door into another room, and you guys can kind of see like a bed and whatnot. And Sigrun, her mother, kind of raises and just kind of nods to all of you and just quickly heads into the room with her and whatnot before closing the door, leaving you alone in the room. Although you can also, the walls are not thick.
Right.
You can occasionally clang, metal on metal, effectively.
Right, the metal scraping, little clasps and all that.
Yep, exactly.
Well, suppose some not so gentle revolution on the way.
So it seems.
Can't say I very much relish the thought of taking on an entire squadron of Rashadrins guarding the city, but I suppose there's not many other ways to go about it without potentially squandering the opportunity.
Well, I kind of thought of one, but if we stole the money they were going to use to pay the Hog's Blood company so that they couldn't pay them, the company would take care of the soldiers.
So, I was thinking actually something along the same lines. Not entirely viable as plans, but releasing some falsified information to the Hog's Blood mercenaries that the Roshadrins were fixing to negotiate a lower paying price for their service. Dissent in fighting usually results in something better.
Such things could certainly be arranged. Of course, this would also need to be contingent on if the Hogsbloods are still within the employ and contract of them, whether they've been paid
Right.
already or not. Information that sadly we do not have, and time may be against us to retrieve and act on such information.
Oh yeah, that's why I didn't suggest it.
Same, but I'm glad we were on the same page there.
Certainly would be a bit of a more underhanded but indirect way to stir things in our favor. Though,
The way to find out is the hogheads are currently in the employ of the Roshajans.
Hmm?
We set fire to the garrison and see if they arrive.
She has
I
a
like
point.
this plan.
Not a bad
of
plan.
course you do.
We of
Direct
course fall
and-
back after setting fire to the garrison so that they would not know it
Plausible
was us. But
deniability.
It's not a bad idea.
How much of your bottled fire do you have to make available for that, Feth?
Gotta
Or
start
any of them.
rifling the bag of holding 1 sec.
Also, give me 1 moment. I apologize. I wanted to hold it in till till the break, but I need to go to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, do what you gotta do.
Go.
I mean, I was gonna just suggest now. Like, do you just want to take the break now?
Yeah, that actually might not be so bad.
Oh, well, yeah, but now God is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, not wrong.
TJ, you want to shout that at Jake that we just think it's a go ahead? We should just go ahead and take our 10-minute break and pick back up at the top of the hour.
TJ. Oh,
All right, so we're gonna take the break now. Well, everyone on stream, we will be back in about 10 minutes. Let me get my notepad up so that and whatnot. Yeah, everyone, we will.
And I mean, you don't have to wait until break. You can declare the break at any. You're the GM.
Yeah, but you guys were having fun, so you know. But anyways, yes, we'll be back at about top of the hour, and we will be continue from where the party left off with an interesting talk of revolution and potentially a new partner. It would seem. You guys in about 10 to 11 minutes.
yes. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, same.
Hello, sorry for the delay.
Hello.
Hello.
Howdy.
TJ will be by in a moment. He is putting our pizza into the oven real quick.
Nice.
Because we didn't think about it until after it was like, oh, wait, hold on. We need pizza at some point.
The answer is always. You always need pizza.
Yes. All right. Actually, this thing.
So I've been sending a lot of clips with Gen Thomas scenes that were parodying very heavily Gundam,
Mm-hmm.
and he's been enjoying them.
Oh, good.
I mean, they're like really, really, really big parodies. Basically, they only got away with it because the same studio that produced Gundam was producing the anime. So,
Hey, Dave.
What's up?
TJ would like to show you what the fuck happened to our pizza real quick.
Oh no.
As a fellow, at it or be mad with.
I don't know. It's like kind of sadly smiling at you.
Yeah, but like, it's still fucked.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You're gonna have to rearrange them Ronies.
I figured that's just kind of part and parcel of getting a frozen pizza is that the pepperonis are going to be all messed up and you have to replace them manually.
Yeah, that's that. I figure that's just kind of the experience.
It is. It really is. So,
Part and parcel of it.
yes.
That's the way the pepperonis.
I wish you could say I hate that, but I don't. Well done. God damn
A
it.
little cheesy.
Shut.
Ah, that one I hate.
My job here is done.
I would have laughed if, like, as soon as he said that, if Jake just popped him into the other voice room.
Roll a
Don't
fort
worry,
save.
don't worry, I'll leave it alone now.
But no, ignoring that. God damn it. Yes, you guys are currently discussing in the main room of the cottage. Cameron Bodega Jones.
You can't see it, I'm making the pun dog face.
I mean, I think we just assume that you're always making that face anyway.
Yes.
I have not seen your face still, so I will just assume that is your face.
This
Yeah.
is true, only one person here has seen my face.
No. I've seen your face.
Have you?
Yep.
When?
You sent a picture at some point.
Did I?
Yep.
I might have.
I don't remember what the occasion was, but I think you were showing off like a shirt or something. Or like your beard. I don't remember.
Maybe? I don't know.
I just remember. I know. I admittedly, again, it was like maybe at least over a year ago.
Might have been from the road trip.
Maybe. Riona says, by the way, we caught it on your camcorder. Oh my god, TJ heard that scream from the fucking kitchen.
It's breads.
Ooh. Mm. Why are you like this?
I appreciate it, even if I do wish to die now.
Your pain sustains me.
So, is there anything else you guys wish to discuss? As Ilana and Sigrid are still in the other room.
I think we were still just trying to formulate, like, if we wanted to go to
Oh, right, a plan properly. Yes.
Right. We were starting to discuss the potential of trying to find the, whatever garrison or barracks or whatnot the Rashadrans have taken up post in, and doing a little fiery redecorating, as it were.
I'm a little concerned about the fire. Not for its ineffectiveness, but it's snowing and really fucking cold.
We'll see. I have 1 bottle of kind of sticky fire, and then 3 bottles of oil.
That would certainly go a ways to exacerbating a fire problem.
That's probably the best way of putting it ever.
Also, it makes me very sad when I'm the only one on camera. I know I know a lot of people here aren't comfortable showing themselves, and that's entirely understandable. But
I'm kind of a mess today.
that's
so.
fair. It just I'm like, oh, I'm very sad.
I have to make a slightly odd face for Pax's voice. So
That's fair.
It's fine.
Also, don't forget, tonight is daylight savings time, so don't forget to set your clocks back, any physical clocks back an hour tonight.
Also, like, I'm pretty sure at this point I've gone through like 4 different voices for Maha.
TJ, you throwing up gang signs or like singing Little Bunny Foo Foo in your head?
No, he's flipping you off, but in the British way.
Yeah, I was just flipping off the collective.
Man, they can't even do that right, huh?
No, the British cannot do anything right.
Yeah, at least they're not the French.
That's true.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Senor Croto.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just remembered Dave's last name is actually very French. I'm sorry, buddy. Not that we're making French jokes, just that you were born with a French heritage. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Family's from Quebec. We hate France too.
Hey! Good old Quebec.
I was gonna say, does your last name have 7 vowels too many?
Yes.
Good old
At
Quebec.
this point, like, when I go to a place and they ask me for my full name, I just on reflex spell my last name. I'm not even sure I say it right, for the record. Like, I don't think I say my last name the proper way.
I just realized
You'd be surprised how many times I've actually met people that are that same way. I'm just like, I don't know if it's said this way or that way. This is just how I've gotten to say it. I don't care.
Look, to be honest, I have at this point friends from almost every country in Europe. I do not have any friends from France. Fuck the French.
Funk the French.
Fuck the French.
Funk the French.
Funk the French. Also, no, I did just realize, Dave, that your last name literally is more vowels than it is consonants.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, that is not a lie.
Here, hold on. I got you guys in text chat.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, oh my god, no, it's true, though. That is actually Dave's last name.
God, it's like I'm remembering there's that post that I was just talking about, like, with French, like, if you want to try and write a word in French, you don't have enough vowels. There's someone just like replying, just like, okay, I think that's enough vowels, but the French, you es fool, reinstall coward.
Yeah. Yeah.
Language is dumb.
French is dumb, but carrying on. Yeah. But no, yeah, you guys were having a conversation. I apologize.
Right. I was trying to figure out how we wanted to handle getting this whole shindig started.
Yes.
Again, with the idea of setting the garrison or barracks or whatnot aflame, that would definitely draw the attention. It would very likely get us all 20 at once, in all honesty.
And at that point, the door opens again, and out walks Ilana in a very, again, a polished set of armor, looking down at all of you and just, we cause trouble in the city. Where? That will draw them. And she pulls the hood up of the over her helm, and before going over to the weapons rack, drawing one of the shields there, and drawing a. God, to you guys is definitely a longsword. To her, it's a little bit of a hand and a half.
The other way around than I think you would mean.
No, to you guys is definitely a longsword. To her, it's about an Ulfbert, roughly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
To her would be to you guys would be about a bastard sword, I should say.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You had the sizes flipped around.
Yeah.
Right.
But to her, it's a sword.
Well, you certainly sound eager to just get on with it then.
My father's murderers have been in this town for too long. They will pay, and they will scream.
Then let justice be done.
And I will also provide in the lore channel, if you guys would like, the actual art that I have, because this is a character I've had for many years.
Okay.
Original character Donut Steel.
Who I actually have official art commissioned of.
Ah,
Oh! I've seen this one!
Yes.
so have I.
Yes.
I can say that now. That was on a map that it shouldn't have been on.
Yes.
And then was deleted off that map very quickly.
Yes, I did. I did put it out there because I was like, because what I have done for in Foundry, anyways, is the non-armored art is her character portrait, but on her token art is the actual armored part. If you do whatever you do for the hover over for her token, it will show the unarmored version over the armored version, effectively.
I forget what the default button for the hover for the art is.
Default is V, I believe.
There it is. Okay. Yeah.
It's just shh. All right. Well, it is. It's gonna. And she looks at her. She looks over towards her mother, who signs, and Lawrence, you know about as rapidly as Ilana does. It is a little bit past noon. This is the warmest part of the day. If we wish to get to Halland, it will take about an hour. Not that it matters on a day like this, and she motions towards the daylight, towards the door, where the wind is still whipping and whatnot, but...
Do we want to actually get there during the day?
I want fight.
Today it is then.
Would like to avenge my father in blood.
I mean, it's still blood even if it's on fire, but I get it.
I
There will be
understand.
fire packs, do not worry.
Oh. I would rather not there be too much fire. There is a lot of people that live in thatched roof huts here.
Controlled fire. Worry not.
I will, but purely for the sake of people.
We'll do what we can to ensure that no bystanders are caught within this.
And she nods with a clank to the armor. Or clank of the armor, I should say.
By the way, when we survive this, and he just kind of gestures to one of the runes in the armor up near the collar of the armor, tapping one specifically, makes it easier to put heavy armor on faster.
Noted.
Well,
Oh! It happened again.
Yeah.
I was about to say it wouldn't be a Pathfinder without it.
it went smoothly yesterday. I don't remember there being any fucking Gremlins issues during D&D yesterday.
Nope.
Fuck.
Yep. Ah, well. At least it went by quickly. I might have pushed a button combination that just made it reload by accident or whatever. I don't know. But yeah.
Well, when we do manage to reach Halland, we may wish to regroup with Sandros if possible. Though, I'm sure if things do break out soon enough, he would be able to tell from the clamor, but maybe best to have our preeminent healer available should things turn sour.
Healer. Yes, that would be helpful.
Just try not to be too disturbed by the methods and channels of which. It's a very long story that, when this is all done, I'm sure there will be time to explain. At least as much as we even understand it.
I'm sure that's fine. Also, Dave, holy shit, yes, though. Clank. Clank.
Every paladin I play from now on.
Not wrong.
Well, I suppose we should get moving before we get ourselves buried out here.
I would pull you out, for what it's worth.
I'm sure you could.
Oh, yes. Especially you. I'm sorry, that sounded more derogatory than I meant it.
It's
Don't worry, it went over.
direct. Okay, that one was unnecessary.
Was it really?
And she
Yes!
leans down real low to you, Mahajapit, and whispers, but because it's in her helmet, the whisper echoes, and like a stage whisper. I think you're traveling with a racist.
I don't know if it's so much racism as much as just bluntness and the lack of any kind of filter.
It's the second one.
Ah, your friends. Got it. And she stands up again. Well then. Come. And she kind of heads out the cottage. And we're pausing. Steps back into the cottage. Picks up her mother and gives her a big hug. Before heading her down. Turning around. And heading back out into the cold. And the snow. Which has begun to lessen. The blizzard picked back up, but again, then now has lessened.
Yeah, but before leaving the cottage, Maha is going to turn to look at Sigrun and say, "We will bring her back with good tidings. You have my word."
She makes sign language that that only Lorenz knows as, "You better, or I will flens your cock until it is inside out."
She wishes us the best tidings and glory in battle and such. with eyes like as wide as dinner plates.
Can I just get a perception to see if I can tell that he's just trying to look at that?
Hold on, let me see.
No, TJ should have to make a deception check.
Yeah, TJ, make a deception check.
That's fine. I win, lose, or draw. This is
Right.
beautiful.
Meanwhile, Maha, you make actually a public perception check versus his deception.
Yep.
Yeah, as far as you can tell, he's telling the complete and utter truth.
And then, yeah, Ma just going to smile in return and nod, and be on our way.
And she signs to you, Lawrence. You told them complete bullshit.
He signs back. That was fucking terrifying.
And she said, "Good." I fought with my husband when he was still alive. I will do it.
Wasn't a question of will, madam.
Good.
Anyway, off to battle and away from here.
Alright.
Ilana, by just lifting the effective whittled down tree trunk of a door bar off the gates of the homestead, letting you all out, closing it behind you, putting the gate bar back in, climbing up onto the ladder, and then jumping off the gate, off the walls.
You know, I honestly did wonder about that.
It's like a goddamn fortress.
Yes.
Good.
Have you seen who our neighbors are?
I don't know.
She kind of again inside the helmet and whatnot before trudging off and making a fairly large path for all of you actually to like walk in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, how well is she handling, like, actually walking through this?
Entirely like a fish to water.
Shit, alright.
It cleaves us a path to make it easier, too.
I'll admit, I kind of, with her heritage, I homebrewed a little bit, and it is an actual half-giant heritage. So there are certain, like, bonuses and stats working behind the scenes to make it so, as it were.
Alright, dope.
Oh boy, Riona sent me a, thing of, a string of sign language. I don't know what that means.
I recognize one
pretty sure
letter.
I was gonna say, I recognized the last four as cock.
Yeah.
It is, as she has explained to me, I'll flens your cock.
I don't like it. I don't like goblins.
Okay, I see it now. Yeah.
Present company excluded.
You're a hobgoblin.
Goblin's in there.
Goblin.
And as you take the next hour or so to get back to Halland, I want to just... So, you are an interesting lot.
Well, we have been told many times.
In many ways.
Some of them less great than others.
That doesn't surprise me.
I would hope it wouldn't. I mean, you've seen us.
Yes.
Oh, you haven't seen our sixth friend. You'll probably have an even stranger picture at that point, but don't worry about it.
You speak in your sixth friend as if he is more myth than man.
I mean,
TJ just laughed, by the way, as he walked away to go get our pizza.
I mean,
Do you ever see somebody that's really ragged looking, like haven't slept in a while, and you end up describing them as 1 foot in the grave?
Yes?
that goes slightly more literal for him.
Oh. You are traveling with a undead.
Not exactly.
Well, that's just confusing.
As I said, there will be time to explain.
Is he alive or is he dead?
Maybe.
Yes.
Who knows? Perhaps someday we will discover the secret. Perhaps someday we will discover the mystery of the Oracle.
You fucking what?
I'm sorry, I was attempting to make a joke. Again, it's been several years since I last spoke with... God damn it!
I have to ask if that one was actually intentional.
It was not. What part did I disconnect at?
Like it has been years since I last bidoop.
Yeah, that's literally what we got.
It has been years since I last spoke with anyone outside of my mother, and so, and again, with that, it is quicker to speak without words. Give me.
It's not to forgive.
And she actually pulls out her shield and is actually like using the shield to push even more snow out of your guys' way than what would normally be pushed out of the way by her normal spreading of snow, effectively.
What, Cam? What am I looking at in that picture? Is that
The obvious copy paste thing? You might need to zoom in to figure out what that is, and if you're not mechanically inclined, you might not get it.
That is a Hitachi.
No.
No, but that would also be funny.
I'm wrong.
You're very wrong. It's a very obvious joke. Based entirely on the sound effect.
Nope, I don't.
like a fucking wrench or something?
You're really close.
It's a socket wrench.
Very close. You're so close.
Oh, it's a ratchet.
Yep.
Oh no!
Clank. Clank.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it.
I'm just glad that people are still willing to make these kind of jokes, even though, like, to take a break for just a second. I was definitely worried as a GM about, like, hey, do you guys want to stream this game, this campaign, after the last campaign where it wasn't streamed?
Right.
Like, nah. I'm glad our humor hasn't changed all that much, honestly.
There is the ever so slightest of filters when we're streaming it, but
Ever
like that,
so slight.
like that filter is basically like a fucking fishing net.
Yeah, honestly.
The only condition is, can we get away with saying this on Twitch? Yep, we're gonna say it.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much.
As long as it doesn't cross too far into Monka TOS territory.
Exactly, basically. And honestly, last campaign there wasn't a whole lot Ray into Manga TOS territory. So like,
I like how he just popped into existence. The whole fucking backgrounds camera thing is just still weird, but I like it.
very.
I mean, I
Pizza's-
figure that's just how TJ exists anyway. He just
I
suddenly.
know that's Jake, the sleep paralysis demon.
I tried so hard to get a fucking gif of him popping in and out of your background yesterday, TJ. I was fucking waiting with the snipper tool for the gif so when he popped in making noises and faces, I could get it, and it didn't happen.
Beautiful.
With when we were watching the live letter.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Modern mythological creatures often evade being properly recorded. It's a thing.
Unlike furries in fursuits.
I mean, we all know Bigfoot exists. He's just blurry.
That's a very targeted meme to anyone who follows me on Twitter, and I hate it.
Yeah, Bigfoot is real. He is just physically blurry.
And he's just blurry.
You know,
This is how video game companies got the idea of depth of field.
He's just blurry. It's like, the kind of like blurry vibration that you get when you combine a 4 loco with a 5-hour energy to make a 9 loco.
I still maintain it would be cheaper and healthier to start a fucking coke habit at that point.
Yeah, that's ketamine. Just start ketamine.
He goes on fucking ketamine again.
Yes. Is there anything else? Is there anything else you guys would like to discuss before we get to Halland?
Well,
Please, so I can eat pizza.
right.
No, I think we should just go straight to the next major plot point.
Fuck!
Well, I suppose. Do we want to drag the attention of the guards to the garrison? Or do we want to just brawl it out in the square, as it were?
In the square seems like it's got the potential to involve more innocent people and also maybe get us surrounded. Both of which are bad.
You see being surrounded as bad. I see being surrounded as a target-rich environment.
I don't feel like getting shanked in the spine.
Have your allies cover your back.
Well, I suppose however we want to go about it, we should still stop by the Stuck Pig at least. Get a hold of Zendros and let him know that time is now. Plans accelerated.
What about our other ally, Maha?
That is true. So, tell me, Milena, when you say that dragons have been more or less accepted as just a fact of life around here, how extensive is that?
Dragons are a part of the day. If they happen, they tend to avoid a town or a village or whatnot.
Right. So, I would imagine walking into town alongside one would certainly garner a lot of attention.
He stops and just... What?
Well, I suppose while we still have some time before we reach town and see any other eyes, may as well do this so that it doesn't surprise or distract once we get to town. And placing the hand over the shoulder and like tracing along as the sigil shows up, and from the green mist,
Right, comes Glenn the Duke and just. Bark.
an ally of mine.
Ahem. Ahem.
That is one of the more tame reactions that I have seen to him.
You summon and keep a dragon as your companion?
In not so many words, yes. It's much more of a symbiotic partnership, in a sense.
I see.
But I take it that walking alongside him would probably get a lot of attention, wouldn't it?
Quite a bit, yes. That being said, cool.
Oh, hear that, Glimpa? She thinks you're cool.
I. Yes. Of course I'm cool. I am a dragon that has ascended aeons to be revived. Yes, I'm cool.
Well, be that as it may need to have a bit of a delayed dramatic entrance to things then, to ensure that we don't garner the attention before we're prepared.
That would be tactically sound, yes.
I mean, unless you want to cause absolute panic as we walk into the city and have ourselves swarmed on sight.
Always, except for the last bit.
What if we do the first part of that while a couple of us sneak off and go do the part that involves fire?
And Elena speaks up from the front. My idea is such. And she pauses and turns around to look at you, all of you. Which of you are more inclined to be in the fray, and which of you are inclined to be far from the front?
Maud is going to kind of look at himself for a moment and then look to Glinthatook and just say, him the former, I much the latter, though that can be managed in time.
Literally stroking the front of her helmet like she would a chin, basically. And the rest of you?
I tend to be in front for all the scars it's gained me.
Oh, wherever I'm needed.
Scars are trophies. Do not ever be ashamed of your scars.
My scars are my own! Anyway. He's mad at me.
He's mad at me. I quoted Liam O'Brien and he's mad at me.
Jeez.
Come, quickly. Which tactics do you, the rest of you, prefer?
Imani will also tend to be in the fray.
In the fray? Good.
Fef himself has no problem being in the fray, but also has An uncannily accurate crossbow.
Sounds like a fun time for
It
us,
is.
not for the enemies. The enemies, it sounds like death. And
Our
you?
friend our friend Sendros is, as I said, a very apt healer, though his work with his Kopesh is not to be underestimated.
And you, Pax?
I'm just gonna take my chain off and just start swinging it through the air so it makes that creepy chain noise.
Okay. Then you're willing to take instruction from an outsider.
If anything, we are the outsiders.
An outsider to your group. Without, I would have Fef and Mahajapit. I would have Fef and Mahajapit ascending to the top of a house, a building nearby, to cover the cluster of melee. With your ranged abilities, I would have Pax, Azalin, Lorenz, your dragon companion, with me in the brawl, and your healer friend wherever it needs be.
Well, I would. The matter of sending Glynthatug along with you may pose some difficulty. There is.
She shakes
I
her
can
head and holds up her hand to stall you. Town square is not big. You will be nearby, assuming it is proximity based.
A matter of distance, yes, and also when I summon him, he can only appear directly at my side. But if we set things just right to start,
Some might even call it a drop dragon, and I would appreciate that very much.
I believe we could get away with that.
Ah!
Hmm?
I cracked my neck.
Oh, fair. Oh, that was in character. Turns out, no.
No.
Well then, how do you propose to start this off, then? Do you simply intend to walk into the square, find the nearest Rashadran guard, and take your shot?
Not quite. But follow me, and I will lead us to glory and victory. I will lead us to glory at the very least. And she kind of
We'll
shoves
be
snow
victorious.
out of the way. And leads you back into Halland. Grim determination in her step. As she leads you into the town square, where the statue that you guys had seen upon your first entrance into the town was before. Roshadrans! You are cowards! Liars! And dishonorable curs, bringing dishonor upon your family, your lineage, and your birth.
I suppose looking to Faf, just should we be making ourselves sparse now?
Yeah, probably. Let's go.
You two, get onto that building to the southwest.
Also, is the town square? I forget. Was the stuck pig at the town square, or was it at some distance off?
It was some distance off.
Do we? I think we can probably trust him to understand what the commotion means. All right, yeah, let's. I'll be following along with Fef.
Okay.
Um,
Both of you give me an athletics check.
Athletics, I assume, for making the climb onto a building. Then.
Yes.
Okay. I suppose.
Okay.
So, fucking hell! You know what? God, do I want to use the hero point for that? Fuck it. Yeah, just to get it into position, I'm gonna fucking hero point. That feels so fucking bad. Have I rolled anything above a fucking
10? No.
I hate it.
Oof. I mean, hey.
At least it didn't go down. Look, at least a couple of us at this table have rolled hero points and gotten worse rolls.
It's true.
Yes. That's the thing.
And hold on one moment. Oh, nope, that was the wrong button entirely. There we go. As Maha and Fef climb yourselves up onto the building that is to the southwest, you guys
Boundary somehow crashed on me. I needed
oh
to
no.
refresh. Okay. All right.
Can we get pings for where they would be on the building? Just because, obviously, Foundry can't quite.
No, they're up on that building over there where my pings
Okay.
are.
Okie doke.
And about that time, you're from the north. 3 fairly generic looking guards. I wonder why they're generic looking.
Wow, they made it all the way here from Goo
Oh my god.
Shut the fuck up. Make their way onto the into the square. Just, what the fuck? And Ilona, at the time, the tyranny of Rashadran has gone on far enough. We are here to end your lives and your hold over my village. Die, you fucking cowards!
Getting
And
the crossbow ready, by the way.
everyone roll initiative. Or rather, I should say, get yourselves under the combat initiative and then roll initiative. Combat tracker and then roll initiative.
Ooh. That was a bad roll.
For you and I both, yeah.
Although it says something that I rolled a 1 and still tied with you.
Yeah.
Rogues, my man.
There's a part of me that was wondering about having Glenn the Duke summoned, but I feel like Ma would, just to make sure that there's not other attention drawn before shit hits the fan, would probably have held off on the summon as far as in character. Mechanically disadvantaged, but no, if Maha wants to not give things away.
Of course. Okay. Then we begin with you, Azalin. As combat begins.
Considering the situation, Aslan's gonna wait for the time being, and basically, if an enemy gets in range of her, she's going to flurry of blows them.
Okay.
So hold action for ready action flurry of blows.
Okay.
That is a single action, so it can be readied.
Right. That does still leave you with one action.
I mean, I'm not really gonna do. I don't really have anything to do with it. So
Passing effectively. Okay.
yeah.
Fef, your turn.
Why is this? Okay, Foundry's being really weird on me. It put me back on that base Pathfinder module screen again.
Oh, weird.
Are you using it in Brave or Chrome?
Brave.
I suppose it shouldn't make a difference, but considering the other issue we had with
with the
Twitter Spaces,
yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, that was one of the weird things. For some reason, Twitter Spaces do not get sound on Brave.
Really, I had them just fine on Brave.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. My Brave isn't outdated. It's updated as much as it needs to be. But yeah, when I was opening the spaces on Brave, I could see the closed captions filling in, but wasn't getting any sound. But as soon as I opened it on Firefox, I was getting sound just fine.
Weird. Fucking weird.
I'm going to move a little bit closer and then actually hold action as well. Just ready action, shoot a bitch.
Okay.
Once they get, we'll say, within 15 feet of that statue.
Okay. You beat up the statue. Okay.
Is that statue considered not even like that's actual like full size statue? They can't just walk over it or stand on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is impassable terrain.
Okay. I wanted to check.
Sure. Ilana herself. Oh. Will stand here where you see her raise her shield in a defensive gesture. You cowards don't know the true meaning of honor. You took too much from me, from this village, and you will not take any more. And you watch as one of the watch officers takes the weird device that you've seen a lot of the Rashad guards have on them, that you've seen before. Excuse me. You've seen before on a certain night of Krell.
Mm-hmm.
Line up
Oh, he's got a sword.
and fuck you. With a loud bang and a bright flash. You watch as something happens with whatever this guard is doing. The rifle goes off, and Ilana in the square raises her shield and manages to, with the shield and her armor combined, get just out of the way in time of this odd weapon that this watch officer has. While the other will move forward. Before beginning to raising its warhammer in his hands and attempting to strike at Ilana. And with a fairly powerful blow, managed to pull her shield out of the way with his warhammer before slamming his warhammer down into her breastplate, effectively. And you guys all hear the loud metallic crunch as she stumbles back for a bit, taking the damage before righting herself. Japet, it's your turn.
Okay. Well, things have gotten serious already. So going to summon out Glinthatook and give the command for him to jump down and start running his way out.
Okay.
Need to-
I will let you control Glinthatook. I will put him down here. And that is 5 feet of movement from your side.
Okay. All right. Then 15, 20, 25. Yeah, that'll do that.
Right, because he doesn't
three
have much
actions
movement.
for the summon, and then he's got 25 feet movement.
Right. Okay. Lorenz, your turn.
Okay. Sorry, I just needed to check something.
No, you're fine.
So first action is 20-foot move. Kind of getting into a lockstep position with her.
Okay.
So that's one action, and then I'm just gonna open-handedly, effectively huck a produce flame at him.
Okay. At this one up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't forget to target. Is alt click.
Also, technically, the condition for my ready to action was met.
Oh, yes, it is. You also may make your crossbow attack. You are correct. Lorenz, you hit, by the way. And Fef, you roll your attack. Yeah, Lorenz, that's Fef, that is a critical hit.
The crossbow of crits lives.
And then there's also sneak attack on that.
Okay.
Does sneak attack damage get doubled on a crit as well?
Yes.
Oh, I gotta do more than
Yeah.
No, you're fine. I can just apply it twice.
sick.
Between the both of you, this man charbroils in his armor between Lorenz's produce flame, followed by being boom boom right in the eyes between his helmet by a crossbow bolt that Fef somehow managed to, from the sword that is in the statue's hand, split the bolt to where it hit just perfectly in the guard's eyes, both of them.
Rad.
Yeah, I'm gonna look over my shoulder and raise my shield to him.
Ma just kind of looking it on, just kind of whispers over him, just remind me never to cross you.
Well, I crossbow him. Haha.
Oh, I was gonna do it.
Lorenz, you still have one action.
No.
No?
Produce flame is 2 actions, and I moved.
That's fair. Incorrect. Pax, your turn.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that guy to die so suddenly, so let me reset. Let me reset my
Reset.
expectations. of
Neither
what my
was I.
movement- Okay.
Mm.
All right. First action, I will activate my bracelets of dashing, so I have 35-foot move speed,
Okay.
and then I will move. Okay. Oh, I think that was right.
No, I saw you sizing it up. You were correct.
Okay. And then it's that. All right, and then I will move to my last action. Will just be shift forward a little bit more.
Okay.
I'll stop there.
Then the last watch officer that has not gone yet will look at you, Pax, and you see one of those things leveled at you. Nimble dodge, okay.
Because I have to activate it when I see it.
No, that's fair. That is a hit, but just barely. As you hear the loud bang with the loud flash of light. Oh, that's not correct at all. As you feel something very small and fast pierce through your lower sternum, and just kind of the pain is excruciating, but not as bad as the alchemical golem.
That's going to be my comparison for everything. I was thinking of that in my brain already. It's
No,
not as bad as the golem.
No, that's fair. That is fair. But no, not as bad as the alchemical golem by far. But it does still fucking hurt. As from the east, the three more of the silver shits appear as they approach the town square. Aslan, your turn to begin on the second round of combat.
All right. And 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus.
5, 10, 15. And I'm going to flurry of maneuvers to grapple both of them.
Oh,
Fuck yes.
okay.
All right, so I'm doing the left one first. I have it targeted.
Okay. What is that versus?
It is against their fortitude DC.
Okay. Okay. You succeed.
All right. And because I have a successful grapple, they take my strength modifier in bludgeoning damage. So they take 3 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, 3 bludgeoning damage. Okay.
And now I'm going to switch targets to the one on the right.
Right.
This will have the -5 for multi-action.
Doesn't Flurry of Maneuvers keep you at the same multiple attack penalty, though?
No. It's just basically it's the same as Flurry of Blows. And Flurry of Blows, you still get the -5.
Oh yeah, it's okay. The damages are combined for resistance. That's it.
Right.
Not multi.
Yeah, apply multiple attack penalties your strikes normally. Although, since my unarmed attacks would be considered agile, would it be at a -4 or no?
Yes.
That's nice.
Oh, that one does not succeed. The guard managed to, luckily, not be grappled by you. Luckily for him, not for you. As you try to grapple him with his compatriot, and managed to slip out of your grasp before you were able to really able to clinch in your grab, your hold.
And that ends my turn.
Okay. Okay. As one of the ones from the east. Give me one moment. As you watch as he lines up with Ilina, from where he can see, and fires with another of these odd contraptions that you guys have been seeing in these the hands of these guards. But Ilina, with luckily with her, especially with her shield raised as it is able to kind of move her shield off to the side to kind of deflect the round that is fired out of this contraption. Before the guard moves closer. Baffet, is your turn, and give me one moment. I do need to take a bathroom break before this starts. So, sorry about that.
That's all right.
I'm debating if wind wall would be prudent here, and if so, how to place it.
It's a good question.
We might be able to figure out if there's an angle even that we can shoot from the roof we're on, like over it at our target still.
That would
high
be
wall, I
difficult
think.
because it's 30 feet tall.
Oh Jesus! Okay, never mind.
Yeah. The wall of wind is pretty nice at disabling ranged attackers, but also disables your own range attacks effectively.
How long is
Yeah,
it?
it's
60 foot?
5 feet thick, 30 feet high, 60 feet long, and I can shape the path. Distorts the air but does not hamper sight. Ammunition from physical ranged attacks cannot pass through. Attacks with bigger ranged weapons such as javelins take a -2 penalty. Massive ranged weapons or spell effects that don't create physical objects pass through with no penalty.
Artemis is the DM now.
So yeah, like I think by the ruling, like stuff like Ray of Frost and Scorching Ray and stuff, since that's like energy and not physical objects, can still go through those. But it would kind of block off Fef's ability to give cover fire with crossbows on whichever enemies I'm trying to block off with the wind wall.
Right.
Well, yeah, but that just means I focus on the ones that aren't being blocked to remove that threat.
Sorry about that, guys. Nature called.
It's okay.
It's all good.
Beth, it is your turn.
Right. So action 1 will be to reload the crossbow.
Of course.
As we all know this pattern by now. Going to pop a shot off. Detarget that guy. On target.
Okay. I see which one you were targeting. That hits. Okay.
And then last action will be reloading.
Okay. You reload your crossbow, line up your sight, and even with the snow falling, you fire. And you watch as the bolt sinks into his armor. Just, and he looks up towards your rooftop where you are hiding, effectively. And on that rooftop, they're up there. You watch as one of the ones that he approached the town square with will drop to one knee and begin to target you before firing at you. And utterly missing as the shot goes wide over the rooftop. But you hear the airs as it goes past you before it kind of drops. Begins to reload. The next one, which is also the one that it came out with, will again basically repeat the same action. Keeping a line with his friend as he targets you, Theft. And before, poof! And as you attempt to duck down before you can be hit, you feel a very warm sensation in your ear as the round that the guard fired goes through your ear, effectively, at the very tip.
Oh, that's unpleasant.
Did you? I think you put the damage on the officer.
I sure did. It doesn't cause any immediate damage, but it does definitely hurt like a motherfucker.
That bitch took part of my ear.
The tip of your now right ear is now gone. And Mahajapit, you get kind of splattered with blood as you watch as the tip of Theft's right ear just disappears in a splatter of gore.
God's above.
Don't like this.
And Ilana, it is her turn as she steps closer to you, Azalin, and works to take advantage of the fact that you have this one grappled before she swings in. She, having pulled her sword alights with flame as she pulls it before striking in at this very unfortunate guard. And critically misses. However, as she rears her back, you sense the gods themselves, their presence, as she uses a hero point to re-roll her strike. And critically hits! Went from a nat 1 to a nat 20.
The duality of man.
Yes.
Right.
And deals enough damage to, as you watch Azalin, as the one you have grappled, Ilana comes in and just cleaves him in half from clavicle to liver, effectively. As you watch as this unfortunate fucking guard just is cleaved in twain, and the body separates, effectively, just boom, boom. Majapit, it's your turn.
Right. I guess. Quick question. Which direction was the stuck pig relative to the town square?
That would be towards the south.
The south? Okay.
Do it.
Just trying to think of how I want to actually line this one up. Because I think I am going to go for casting a wind wall.
Okay.
I think I am pretty set on wanting to lay that out. Just trying to figure out the path. There isn't anything on here for like actually drawing a shape or path, is there?
I don't believe so. At least not for you. I can do it. Unless you have do you have the pencil tool on your bar?
On my bar, no.
Okay.
Not that I can see.
You line up whatever you want, and I will draw it for you.
Okay. 'Cause it says that I can, I can shape the path of it 60 feet, like whatever
Okay.
it is that I want.
Dan, if you click the little L-shaped ruler and go to the rectangle template, you might be able to use that.
Okay. I might actually do Ray template instead, depending on if that lets me angle it.
Hold on, how do I get rid of this now?
Can you go back to selection and then...
I can get rid of it.
Okay. Alright, let's see, for 60 feet...
Oh no.
Say no, you cannot.
It's getting worse.
Why is it getting worse?
Hold on.
There we go.
There.
Okay.
Fuck all of you.
Jake was making new colors.
Fef, by the way, while Mahajapa is making up his turn, Fef, you feel your clan earring fall out of your ear.
Oh, I just said something about that in chat even.
And you hear it clatter to the thatch roof below you. But you feel it, the weight of your ear suddenly went away, lessened, and then suddenly your ear bounced back up as your clan earring fell out.
Right. I'm not sure if that quite follows the 60 feet as the way that we kind of do it with treating diagonal the same, but I'm going to just call that good enough.
That is how it is.
Yeah. So, for the two actions, Ma's going to raise his hands up as across that line, covering between those two buildings, just this... Even among the kind of snowstorm we've been getting, just horribly whipping winds just start raging through there. I believe it says that it's enough to distort the air but not hamper sight. It is whipping.
Right. You guys all watch as for whatever... You guys on the ground aren't able to really realize immediately. But Fef, you realize immediately as Maha casts the spell, and you watch as the wind in this area begins to whip to the east and partially to the south of you. As there's a noticeable wall of displaced air.
And I'll be casting that as part of the act together, so that's the two actions there, and for the one other action, gonna get Glint the Took moving in. And Foundry crashed again.
Oh no.
I'm going to just try opening this in Firefox and see what happens.
For you, it's Foundry. For me, it's Discord. Technology!
By your powers combined.
By our powers combined, we will have no session!
All right. Starting to load up. Tukes there. Okay. Alright, so yeah. Got Glinthatuke moved his 25 feet. And... not able to reach. Okay. I think for... what? Alright, what the hell?
Oh, did your founder crash again?
I don't know if it crashed, but I just went to click my token, and I just got, like, the entire map and tokens and everything got replaced with just gray.
Weird.
Okay.
It is the week of technological issues. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to have us back on the map this entire time, and I did not since I took my bathroom break. Whoops.
Okay. I guess with the last action, I am going to... I'm just going to use Reinforce Eidolon
Okay.
to boost up Glinthatuke's defenses.
So he has a
He's taking
bonus
position
plus
there.
1 to AC.
+1 to AC and saving throws, and resistance to all damage equal to half the spell's level, so resistance 3.
Okay. Lorenz, it's your turn.
All right, using 2 actions to just 2 separate strides. Right there.
That would have been 1 stride.
I can only move 20 feet.
Oh, fair enough. I forgot that part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
plate. Yeah.
Well, the plate and the steel shield. It's mostly the shield, actually. So yeah, 2 actions to get right into space, and then 3rd action is going to be just a basic ass chop at a sword.
Okay. Didn't target, but that's okay. That does hit. All right. You cleave into your sword with your sword into this guard, and you feel your sword pierce through armor. That
He's also got a D6 bleeding on him now.
Okay.
Because I have that wounding rune.
Yep. Yeah. Persistent damage has been added as you push your sword in through the armor, managing to push through before you pull out with a wrench, effectively, and fuck him up a little bit. Pax, your turn.
Okay. Burst action.
To the 35 feet move with the bracelets.
Yep. That's why I went for them.
It's good shit.
And then
35 feet, how cute.
yeah, I know.
Rude. That's just rude.
She's not wrong though. I know. Look, eventually I'll be able to get it. I'll be able to get more if my ideas work out the way they should.
Not wrong.
That is intimidation against will DC.
Okay,
At level 7 for getting 5 more move speed, so.
okay. Make your intimidation check.
Oof.
Oof. That does not succeed.
Yeah, I figured. But that's okay.
A good attempt, though.
He is flat-footed to me. That's really weird. The checkbox for the skill changed a little bit.
Mm.
It's enable abilities that require a flat-footed target now instead of target is considered flat-footed.
Mm.
I don't know if that's going to do the exact same thing when I roll or not.
He is not considered flat-footed to you. I will say that.
He is, though.
He is
He's flat-footed
specifically to
specifically.
packs
Oh, okay, yeah.
because of gang up.
Yep. He's got gang up.
Yep, that's fair. I forgot about gang up. No, you're good.
Gang.
It feels super appropriate being ganged up with Lorenz, I'm not gonna lie.
It do. That's a hit.
Okay.
We gonna watch an execution.
I was about to say, I love watching packs roll damage die.
You watch as your chain wraps around his torso, around the sternum, and you pull it in as your acid rune lights up, and you watch as the chain sinks through his armor around his chest and sinks into his flesh. Just, ah! But he does not fall. As he grabs your whip with his free hand and unwraps it from around himself before throwing it to the ground. Half-orc cunt!
Rude.
As he's just getting prowled on.
You come next.
No, fucking, oh god. No, I was talking about the dragon that is within eyesight.
That's, look. This...
Whether they choose to see that as the threat is up to them.
Well, they're gonna learn quick.
This one that is within grapple distance of Azalin, and now Ilina is also within its fucking neighborhood.
What a shit place to be.
No fucking kidding. It will drop his musket. We're drawing his warhammer.
Drawing a weapon is an interact action, correct?
It is an interact action, yes.
Thus it is a manipulate action, and I will attack of opportunity.
Yep.
I'm still holding half a person, correct?
You're holding a corpse.
Good enough.
Half a corpse, right?
Half a corpse, yeah.
Okay, I'd like to use it as an improvised weapon for this attack of opportunity.
Holy shit.
Oh, yeah. The
The
moment
best
you
part is
say-
that's only a -2.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
You'll get to decide the dice, so it's probably going to be less effective than doing an actual melee strike. But it's
But
still in
metal
character
as fuck.
Uh,
Metal as fuck.
D6.
So I'm going to use my my base unarmed strike without hand wraps because this counts as wielding a simple weapon, not being unarmed. Not.
Yeah.
And then I'll put a.
Don't forget to target it.
You.
You want to talk about morale.
All right, circumstance modifier of -2.
Jesus fucking Christ. That hits.
How many dice of damage, or what's the damage die of the?
Half corpse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Large
you
bludgeoning
get to
weapon.
determine that.
Large bludgeoning weapon.
Hold on. Where's my...
It's just 1d4 mental damage.
Yeah, I was about to say, it actually doesn't do anything physical, but it's all psychic.
1d8 damage.
All right, and then I'll add my strength modifier to that. He takes 8 bludgeoning damage from the.
You... Ilina in particular, but also Fef and Mahajop, and you guys watch as Aslan takes this half of a person that Ilina just cleaved through, and then just takes the lower half, picks it up, and beats the still living guard with it, with the other fucking... with the half of a person.
Beat a motherfucker with half another motherfucker.
Right. With half of...
Clan Fefwalla approves of recycling.
We use all a part of the guard here.
Oh my god. Taking that blow to the fucking head, having drawn his warhammer, what the fuck is wrong with you? As he strikes in with his warhammer. Utterly misses, hitting the ground. And you see like blood in his eyes, kind of making it hard to really like aim. But he will attempt to strike again as he kind of comes for the reverse and misses even horribly with a critical miss and just
Blood that isn't his own, mind you.
yeah, blood that is not his own, flailing madly.
God, just watching Aslan just huck that fucking corpse. Just the things we do
No,
for
no,
the
she
greater
didn't huck it. Jeez. Or do you
She-
mean the ogre from earlier?
good. No, just well, this just like
Well, no,
wailing
she's
on
still
something.
holding it. She just basically
yeah,
swung it upside and whacked the guy in the head with it.
yeah, just the things we do for the greater good.
Tau motherfuckers. And as the round resets for round 3. Seeing all this on display, as 4 more approach from the south. And they took a look and fire on the dragon! As this one takes his knee and aims at Glinthatuk in specific. And hits.
Even
As
with the
the-
+1 on AC.
Yes, actually.
Okay.
Bang! With a loud burst of flame and noise. As
I'm going to. The fuck just happened?
I right-clicked in the chat box. That might do anything.
Yeah, I've suddenly have the fucking gray screen again.
Oh,
Hold on. Refreshing.
sure.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
I'll probably do away with the Pathfinder UI.
Yeah, because like it keeps
Between
replacing with that.
Right.
Okay, I'm getting a lot of weird shit happening on Firefox all of a sudden.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna bring it back up on Brave.
That's fair. Fair. I disable it now, but we'd all have to refresh, and
Right.
There was a setting you have to do with Firefox to get it to not be shitty. I just remembered.
Right. Yeah. Don't worry about it too much. Okay, so is that after the resistance?
that is before the resistance.
Okay, so it's only 1 damage actually.
Okay.
Because resistance 3 to all damage types.
Okay. So Glinthatuk takes a very minor amount of damage, and you, Mahajapit, feel it reflected on your own body as just you feel it yourself as though you got really punched really hard on the side of your fucking sternum, effectively.
Right.
Yeah. And he will reload before firing again.
He moved. He can't.
Yeah, he will reload. That is true. Thank you for reminding me. Duh. Aslan, it's your turn.
So first, responding to the earlier comment of what's wrong with you. A great many things. So I'm going to go for just a regular strike.
Okay.
I'll have the guy targeted.
Hit.
And then I'm going to follow up with a... dang it, that move. Still not on my... follow-up attack where I automatically grab. I don't remember the feat name. It's not on my sheet for some reason.
Okay.
Again. But...
I know which one you're talking about. Though,
yeah.
yeah.
That hits.
Alright, so he takes another... And he is automatically grabbed, not grappled. And at this point, I am going to... come on, display on the screen. Whirling throw.
Oh.
So I have to make a athletics check that does not have the attack tag
Okay.
against his fortitude DC.
Okay. You succeed.
And he, let's see, I'm going to throw him. There. So 25 feet away.
Right.
From his location, anyway. And he takes 1d6 per 10 feet I threw him, plus my strength modifier. So 2d6 plus 3.
Okay. Roll that damage. Fucking Christ. Okay. As you grab him and throw him with everything that is attached to him, you see him hit the ground, roll for a bit, and then just crumple and just... Oh. Oh.
And that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, the combat tracker is so long now, holy fuck.
You're in for a fucking brawl.
Yep.
Right. Hey, man, we're trying, all right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Beth.
Oh boy.
One of the ones that come from the south. He is targeting you with his musket as he takes a knee and fires and misses just barely as you duck down below the edge corner of the roof that you are hiding upon. And fucking God damn you. Reloads and fires again at you. Critically misses. No. Misfires something. Release. And that's the end of his turn. Leaves it to the poor fucker that just got tossed by a... No.
Oh. The bleeding fucking...
The bleeding motherfucker.
Acid singed.
Yep, the bleeding, acid-singed motherfucker that his... Around his stomach, you can see his stomach. You can literally see his stomach from where the acid has ripped into his flesh.
I don't remember. When was he supposed to take the bleeding damage?
At the end of his turn.
Yep.
End of his turn. Okay.
It is quite possible that the bleed will kill him.
It is very possible. Yes, that is a way to put it. And no, he's not even focusing on you, Lorenz. He's going to focus on you, Pax, with his warhammer.
Did he had his musket out, did he not?
He dropped it.
Oh, well, did he also, so he had to draw his warhammer in melee with me? I'm gonna use attack of opportunity.
He raised he pulls his warhammer out to swing at you, Pax, when you see Lorenz swing into action and hits. And Lorenz effectively decapitates the motherfucker.
I was gonna go for that exposed midsection.
Oh, fair.
Right.
You fucking just right through the exposed stomach and spine, and just as the person, the guard, the watch guard falls dead before you, before he could do any goddamn thing. Thank you, Foundry.
He is in fact persistently bleeding. Yes.
That is really fucking funny, actually.
Hey, he's
I
not
love it.
bleeding anymore.
Yeah, it's true.
just
He did save.
Okay. So this one, we'll move forward and fire at Glinthatook with his musket. Misses before putting the gun away, not dropping it like many of his compatriots. Like many of the compatriots who dropped them, he puts his away. That is the end of his turn. Beth, your turn.
Well, I feel like the first thing I want to do is see if I can get my earring back.
It will cost a action
I will take that.
as you search among the thatch of the roof you are rested upon, but you do manage to find your earring, your clan earring.
All right, gonna tuck that away, and then we're gonna take a shot.
Okay. Who are you targeting?
This guy here.
Okay.
I have him targeted already.
Gotcha.
Okay.
That is a crit. And you watch as your crossbow bolt manages to get between the breastplate and the shoulder guard of his armor, and just gets right up in between. Actually, between the breastplate and the shoulder guard, yes, but it's in the neck area as opposed to the underarm. The neck area, you just see the bolt stick into that neck area.
And then the last action will be to reload.
Okay. A respectable clan theft wallet turn. This watch officer will look at Pax and Lorenz, targeting Lorenz through the wall of wind. So what is the negative for that?
Cannot pass through.
Yeah, it straight up just
Yeah,
can't.
yeah.
Fair.
I can put up the
No, it
spell
will-
card for it real quick, but yeah, I'll. Yeah, ammunition from physical ranged attacks such as arrows, bolts, sling bullets, and other objects of similar size cannot pass through the wall.
Okay. He attempts to fire through the wall, and you watch as the bullet just shoom, hits the wall of wind, and then goes flying off into the sky. Just hells. Before throwing the musket down and pulling out his warhammer before.
The wall of wind is difficult terrain as well
Got
to
you.
go through. For whatever that matters.
And he will get here before stopping, because that's the end of his turn. This one, having seen what just happened to the to his friend, to the other one's shot, will do 4, 5, I hit the wrong keys. Work to surround Lorenz. He has enough movement to get you flanked for one swing with his warhammer.
Okay.
And that does hit. As he swings in with his warhammer and manages to hit you with kind of a horizontal swing. Gets you right in the side of the chest plate. Just as swings it with his might and deals you 10 damage.
Not terrible.
Actually, I'll leave that there. And yeah, that's the end of his turn. Ilana, meanwhile, looking at you, Aslan, just... We shouldn't have broken the shield wall. Let us regroup with our friend, with your allies, and we will form a defensive perimeter. Before 2, 3. Hitting at the prone, I believe.
It's not prone because it wasn't a critical success.
Got you. She will strike at him with her blazing sword. That is a critical hit.
Oh my god.
That's a dead man.
For 48 damage.
That's a dead man.
And as Ilana just passes by, you guys watch as she just decapitates this this watch officer as she passes by before continuing with her stride effectively. And ending up right there. Okay, so technically that targeted Lorenz, but it is because their AC is lower than Lorenz's, that still would have been crit. Woo! Okay. Mahajapit, it's your turn.
Okay. I'm thinking about a couple of ways that I might want to handle this. I think what I'm going to start with, I'm going to use my Evolution Surge spell as part of an act together. And I'm going to go for the speed effect. So Glinthatook now has a 20-foot bonus to his move speed.
Okay.
He fucking loves crystal meth. Did you forget?
And then for the shared action part of that, going to have him barrel on in.
Okay.
And then I'll let him go ahead and
Scaly green land missile over here.
swing in.
That is a crit. You didn't target
Okay.
it, but it was a crit still.
Right, I forgot about the target. What's the command for...
Alt click. It is alt click.
Got it. Okay. Got it selected now. But yeah, so crit on the tail slam. This is an unboosted one. And with this being with a fearsome rune, he is also frightened 1, I believe.
All right.
Let me make sure I've got that correct.
I thought a crit was frightened 2.
When you critically hit with this weapon, the target becomes frightened 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a greater fearsome rune would be frightened 2 on a crit.
You watch, by the way, as Glinthatook, who normally does a overhead tail swing, comes in, charges in with the extra speed, using the momentum, leaps at the last second to let the forward momentum carry him as he spins, using his wings midair to regulate his direction, and becomes effectively a midair Beyblade. As he swings in with his tail, smashes this fucking guard in the fucking skull, by the way. Which launches...
Fucking living chakram.
launches him into his buddy right next to him and just boom, boom, boom. Oh, fuck no. We're fucked. And Lorenz, it's your turn. Assuming Mashup, that's the end of your turn.
Yeah, that was all of my actions.
I thought so. I just wanted to double check.
Yep. Yeah, action economy gets a little wonky, but that was all for.
Okay, kids. Armor these guys are wearing?
The armor they are wearing is steel of some make. Metal of some plate.
Good enough for me.
I know what you're about to do.
Yes, you do. It's time for the return of a classic. So Spell Strike, I've already got one targeted.
Yep.
And I am putting... Oh, no, I'm not going to be that guy yet. We'll play it conservatively just for the now. So I'm putting a level 2 Shocking Grasp
Okay.
into this.
That is a critical hit.
Oh, no!
No!
Oh, no.
I think my nose is bleeding.
I think this guy's everything is about to be bleeding.
Yep.
Oh, that's the sword. Oh, this is...
This damage from the spell is going to be doubled.
Yep. That's okay. I can do that on my end. Oh,
no!
So that is in one strike, 46 plus 26 damage. That is
72.
That is a new record for damage in a single strike. Toppling, by the way, Roland, who had the previous highest amount for, I believe, 56. No, 50.
50.
Yep. Hold on one second.
I think Adana actually managed to tie that
Yeah,
against an undead.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, there was that. But yeah, TJ go whack.
How much was that damage total again?
72.
72.
72.
Just the fucking meaty whack, both chuckle from the fucking
Yup.
stream shot.
There
if
we
he
go.
wasn't totally dead, he'd be screwed though, because he's now going to take bleed and persistent electricity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 1d12 bleed, 1d4 persistent electricity.
I'm going to, is it safe to assume the man is no longer?
Yeah, no, Lorenz fucking...
How do you do this, bud?
Actually, yeah, like this isn't, no. This is not a hooty-dooty-doo.
Oh, okay.
I will say that. But it is most definitely a fucking brutal kill. Let me find which one this is in the initiative order. Holy shit. And just need to remove some of these from the fucking holy fuck.
He's the one right after Fett.
Yep. Got him. No, as Rihanna says in chat, his atoms are fucking dead. As you guys watch as Lorenz crackles, lights his sword up with lightning, swings in. Okay. And just you watch as it connects with this breastplate that this fucking Roshadran guard is wearing. And watches it just crackles all around his body. And as the sword breaks through the breastplate and cleaves straight through and then goes straight through the other end of the breastplate. The lightning stays and barbecues the fucking flesh of this goddamn guard in a way that you haven't seen since Lawrence casted a fire spell, as just boom. And you hear Lawrence, you hear from behind you. Ha 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 ha.
Okay, so that was 2 actions.
Oh fuck.
I'm actually so I'm going to turn around to the one that managed to hit me with his hammer, and just the meme we've been tossing around quite a bit, just banging the sword on his shield twice.
Bang, bang,
before, I mean, fucking, I'll swing with multiple attack penalty. That's fine.
I think it would technically be with double multiple attack penalty.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's I'm going for it. I'm not expecting much out of it, but I'm fucking.
Hey.
I'm putting in the phone call. Yes, yeah, it does. Okay.
That hits. Don't forget to target. Retarget. And don't forget to untarget your previous one.
Yeah, that's untargeting is also the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. It will break.
14 damage, and then he's got the D6 bleeding persistent.
I'm sorry. All right, and you just rip into his fucking breastplate and just as the rune makes, for a moment before your eyes, you can almost see a serrated edge along your blade before it reforms to the correct sharpened edge and just Mommy!
We promised you would scream.
Pax, your turn, as Ilana. And scream they will.
Are we the baddies?
We might be.
All right.
Anti-heroes, that's it.
So, for my intimidation check, since I don't have to say anything, I am going to use the creepy chain swinging as my intimidation check. Just the whistling of the chain as it spins faster and faster.
And he saw what happened to the last one, so yeah, I'll allow it.
Fuck me. You know what? I'm hero pointing that. I'm
What is
really
that
tired
against?
of my intimidation's not going.
What is that against?
It's against
DC.
their will DC.
Okay.
I know that's not enough because I failed the other one.
Okay. That succeeds.
Okay. So he's frightened 1.
Okay.
And then I am going to trip him, or attempt to trip him. That's an athletics check against his reflex DC.
Okay. Now that he's frightened, okay. Athletics check.
I'm trying to make sure it's giving me my item bonus because my chain has trip.
Ah, I get you.
Right.
You might just have to add it in as like a
Circumstance bonus, yeah.
It looks like the +1 circumstance bonus is on there already.
Oh, okay, cool then.
So
That succeeds.
okay, so he is now prone, and where is it? He takes 1d6 bludgeoning.
Okay. Roll that damage there, chieftain. Boom! Your chain wraps around his fucking foot as you trip him and just pull his feet out from under him and
Oh, fuck. And for my last thing, I will attack at -5 because Trip technically has an attack tag on it.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
But he is flat-footed to me, and he's prone, and he's frightened. So I think I have a decent chance.
Very likely.
Yep.
That hits.
Okay.
The shotgun of dice, dude.
It still gets me every time.
Every time. You watch as your acid ripping chain whips down onto his face, and you get him about in the lower jaw neck area, and you hear the chain hit dirt, hit mud. Before you pull it back up, and he just stares up at you.
Just give up. It'll be easier on you if you just give up.
Is that the third action?
Yeah, that was 3 actions.
Okay.
Demoralized Trip attack.
More or less attack, yep. Mm-hmm.
Also, Lorenz is no longer flat-footed because he made that other guy a corpse.
It's true.
That man is dead. I am no longer surrounded.
Jesus. I mean, there's the demoralize, and also with part of his mouth missing, he's also been deoralized.
Oh, that's fucked.
That's fucked, but I love it.
Dan's over here speaking tooth to power.
You almost made TJ.
Someone has to. That guy don't got him.
That is 4 people now in this party that have been shocked while drinking.
Yeah, you except the difference is TJ was shocked while drinking Rumplements, so
Ooh.
that almost went up his nose. Having seen all of this, by the way, every single combatant left on the field now has frightened 1. Or in the case of the one that already had frightened 1, he has frightened 2. Let me go through and
Yeah, this went from a cush lazy day job to
yep, okay. Call them.
Like, we are full Punisher levels of fucked up right now.
yeah.
The one who is has not acted yet will look at you. However, Mahajapet actually, he's gonna look at you and fire at you with his musket.
Bang.
So you hear a loud bang to your left as you duck down quickly, and the shot goes wide over where you were just standing. And just as before he reloads and fires at you, Beth.
Better not knock out another one of my earrings.
And with a quick warning from Mahajapet, who just the target is get down. You feel Mahajapet's hand on your shoulder pull you down as the shot goes wide over just exactly where you were about to be. And you guys are left none the worse for wear, as you see approaching from the left side, from the west, a guard similar to the others, but wearing a silver braid along the left shoulder, actually. Just attention! Shape yourselves up, or more lashings. Okay. Round 4 begins. It has been a total of 24 seconds since combat has begun. And the one who's currently engaged with Glinthatuk, who is frightened too, having just been whipped the fuck by his tail, shaken, not stirred, Um,
Yeah, tell that to his brain.
yeah, he would, but his brain is not available right now. We'll swing with a warhammer at Glinthatuke. Make sure to target him.
Is Glinthatuke still reinforced or no?
No, it only lasts for the turn that
Okay,
it's cast.
I wasn't sure.
It does
I
hit.
believe there's like a. Okay.
It does hit regardless. Even if he
Okay.
was reinforced, still it would hit. So, and Glinthatuke takes 12 points of damage as the warhammer kind of comes down.
Try for this.
Okay, roll a flat check.
Okay.
Oh, that was
Nope.
so
That was
close.
almost it.
Oh well.
And you watch as the warhammer comes down on Glinthatuke's head. I targeted the watchguard originally. Whoops. And you watch as the warhammer comes down on Glinthatuke's fucking skull, and you feel just as much as Glinthatuke does the ringing in your head suddenly, as if you yourself had been slapped in the fucking head by solid steel. Although, admittedly, you much less pulp than you would be.
You know.
And just you feel the distinct ringing in your fucking ears
Right.
before it comes around with a second swing at Glinthatuke with his warhammer. Misses horribly with a natural one. Before 1, 5. Beginning to head this way. And
I suppose I could have held the reaction for the opportunity attack. Oh well.
and he is now
Sure, how well.
frightened 1, not frightened 2. Yeah,
Never a bad idea to try to mitigate damage.
yeah, exactly. Aslan, it's your turn.
Okay. Here we go.
Clear the map.
Just about. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
That's one action.
Oh my god.
5, 10, 15, 20. And I am going to flurry of blows this guy.
Okay.
Let me target him.
Oh! You have a hero
I'm
point.
going to hero point that, yeah.
Okay. That hits.
And second attack.
From a crit failure to a hit, and oh my god!
Yeah.
That's a critical hit on the second one.
Total of 32 damage.
This is barehanded on a man in fucking heavy armor too, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
You watch it just boom, 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 and the first blows don't do anything until eventually you keep blowing. You keep flurrying your blows onto his chest piece, and you see the chest piece start to dent and deform. As eventually you feel the skin and bone crunching beneath the plate as you keep punching and punching and punching until eventually you feel the back of the breastplate as the blood of this guard seeps out through any available surface, and he just falls dead.
I think we're the baddies.
Riona put it best. We're the bedtime story they tell little guards in guard school to scare them into eating their vegetables.
And that is the end of my turn.
Holy shit. Okay.
Although I should have changed it. Well, it wouldn't have really mattered that much. guess I should have changed up where I moved to, but it's all good.
Yeah, you'll be alright.
This guard will move forward, reload from his musket from the last time. He did not reload last turn. We're targeting Thef, you. Because he's seen you put some work in with your crossbow. And will strike at you with his flintlock musket. And miss just barely. As you realizing that he's aiming at you, will duck low and just barely avoid the bullet. And that is his entire turn. He's now frightened 1. Okay. And this one, who is now toe-to-toe with Glinthatook. And utterly fucking terrified of that fact, especially notwithstanding everything that has happened around him, will swing at him with his warhammer.
Okay.
And miss horribly. For attempting... Oh, God. Just will attempt to strike again. Because he's running out of options. And despite the fact that he was drilled for this kind of shit, he is not prepared for this. And as he tries to swing to replicate his friend's blow from earlier, where he attempted to swing in low and to swing in from an overhead strike and bring Glinthatook's gore bell, misses and just hits the mud. And stares for a second. Fuck this! Before turning and
Fef is going to cheer for the smart person.
Speaking of,
it is a new round.
It is a new round, yes. Glinthatook could attack opportunity if he wanted to.
I thought that the reactions don't come back until your character's turn.
Is that how it works? I thought it was...
No, it is the start of the round. I remember because the last time this came up, I remember specifically TJ being very upset because it didn't work in his favor.
Yeah, because I got the ever-living shit clobbered out of me because I didn't know the rules at the time.
Yeah. So if you would like to attack opportunity with Glinthatook, you can. Because it is the start of a fresh new round.
I'm looking for, just to make sure, it says, okay, first turn begins, gain actions and reaction, can use 1 reaction per round.
Per round.
Use it on anyone's turn, including your own, but only when its trigger occurs. If you don't use your reaction, you lose it at the start of your next turn, though you typically then gain a reaction at the start of that turn.
At the start of the turn.
Which would be
Oh.
character turn, not...
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
a character turn.
Well,
I'd say rule consistently with previous rulings for now, and then we can kind of go and double check on it for next time.
yes. So
So
again,
that we're not spending all tonight rules lawyering.
Yeah, sure. Let's give it the swing.
that's a critical hit.
What a sad-ass time.
As he turns to run away with saying, "Fuck this!" his head pulps.
Oh.
Just the tail raising up as he's turning, and then just crashing down into the head and pummeling him into the ground.
Yeah, no, he just his head is gone as Glinthatook's tail swipes through and just utterly demolishes what used to be a skull.
He was almost the smart one.
Beth, your turn.
Going to pull out that bottle of fire I have and take a little walk real quick.
Oh no.
And if I understand how we do diagonals right, I should be within range to throw it at the captain.
Yep. Oh yeah, well within range.
And I think that's just a flat ranged attack.
I believe so, yes. So that'd be a d20
Yeah.
plus your dexterity.
I think it's treated as a simple weapon,
Simple weapon. Okay.
assuming it's an alchemical bomb.
Yeah.
So yeah, use your simple weapon roll effectively.
Oh, sorry, no, martial, but same thing.
Martial, yeah.
It's a martial ranged attack.
Oh wait, that should also, I just realized, have, that should have a +2 on it from the item bonus as well.
Okay, 19. It does not hit.
How about the splash?
The splash still hits because it's as long as it's a failure, not a crit failure.
Yeah, and it's not a crit failure.
So that is 3 fire damage splash, it looks like.
Okay.
What's the weapon, or what is the item?
1 sec. It's greater, Alchemist Fire. Yeah, 3 persistent fire damage and 3 fire splash damage.
3 persistent fire damage.
He doesn't do the persistent, because that's only on a hit. The splash
gotcha.
still goes off, but
Gotcha.
the persistent does not.
Okay. Fair enough.
Persistent's only on a direct hit.
You watch as you throw this greater alchemical fire vial flask that you have from the alchemical golem. And you overshoot the captain just a little bit. And it goes just past. But because of how it hits the ground and whoosh, catches the captain. Ah! Fuck! And they manage to pat out the flames fairly quickly. But they are now definitely looking at you. Very upset.
I mean, I'm a distraction if nothing else. Let's go.
As they pull out a crossbow from their from their belt, aim it at you, and fire. They hit, though just barely, as you try to duck out of the way of the bolt that gets fired before it wings you right in the shoulder, effectively, like right in the fucking like bone of the shoulder.
Not fun.
Yeah, no. And before they reload, right then and there's Kerr!
Hobgoblin.
Kerr!
Also, I don't know that you put that damage on me.
I did not. I put it on the captain of the guard instead. Hold on.
I mean, it could stay there if you want.
No. Funnily enough, no. But yeah, no. As you feel the damage kind of into your body, into your booty. Lorenz and Pax, you guys watch as Elena steps in behind you guys to help provide flanking before swinging with her sword, with her long sword, and critically hits. And oh no, that is not correct.
Stabs herself.
Right? No, it's just absolutely, utterly fucking just. Yet again, just swing right for the meeting of the helmet and the shoulders, and just cleanly through that gap. As yet another guard falls. And falls clean for Cub. There's not many left. We're moving through the square to join towards Azulin. Mahajapit, it's your turn.
Okay.
Keep me to roll her rolls publicly, by the way, and I keep forgetting.
Yeah. So, going to use an axe together, using 3 actions for Maha. For Scorching Ray.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh boy.
So, gonna make this first ray at the far south one.
Okay.
And all of these are made at the same multiple attack penalty.
Okay, so 0 at this point.
Yes.
So that one right there.
Mm-hmm. I got targeted at the far south.
Bless you.
Bless
You only
you.
get one.
That hits.
Okay.
Ooh!
20 fire damage.
There's just bacon his fucking armor.
Alright. Going for now an attack on that one.
Which one?
Right here.
Okay, gotcha. That is a critical hit.
Okay, so this will do double its damage.
Okay.
So 34.
Okay. Again, just washes over this guard. Ah!
Ma extending his right hand over towards those two and firing the 2 blasts, and then turning his gaze to the guard captain to fire off the 3rd.
That hits,
Roll hit.
but
Okay.
does not crit.
All right. Damn, only 8 for that one.
Yeah, you watch as the captain of the guard kind of brings their shield up, and doesn't quite take nearly as much damage as the other two, thanks to their quick thinking before just
Oh, right over there, Cam? Jesus.
right. Fucking hell. No,
Everything
Cam.
okay?
Cam just doesn't like Dave at all, so he just tried to sneeze through his entire turn.
That was Dan's turn.
That's how little he likes Dan. He calls him Dave.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, so then Glinthatook still has 1 action.
That's true.
Fuck it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because the 20-foot status bonus to his speed off of the evolution surge earlier.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Lorenz, it's your turn.
Alright, well, that's a dead man. So that's no longer a problem.
Yeah, next to you, yeah.
Very intentionally stopping here, and I'm actually going to raise my shield.
Okay. Pax, your turn.
Okay. Sorry about the sneezing fit. That's probably going to start again soon, but
Just make sure to mute yourself.
yeah, I will this time. I was sneezing too hard to do it last time.
That's
I
fair.
fucking feel that.
Yep. You prayed to sneezes who died on the cross for our allergies.
Didn't work.
No, did not.
No, he died on the cross to give us allergies.
Oh, what a prick.
Oh.
Okay. So just measure it out real quick. Does in fact work. So for 2 actions, I move all the way over here,
Okay.
and I am going to attempt to demoralize the captain.
Okay. And that is against the will DC, correct?
Correct.
That succeeds, but barely.
Okay. So he's frightened 1.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
Okay. Oh god, and this poor watch officer who's just like, fuck this! Has begun to recover just slightly. Come around. Pick up his flintlock musket and begin to reload it. That will be the end of his turn. Move, interact, and then reload.
Yep.
Aslan, your turn. Oh no.
Wrong choice.
Standing side by side. That has worked well for people in the past.
First, I'm going to flurry of grapples. Or flurry maneuvers grapple bow, starting with the one on the left.
Okay.
Against his fortitude DC.
Critical success.
He is restrained.
Okay.
And now this one at a -4.
Doesn't he take damage as well?
Yes, he does also take 3 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
I don't think that damage is doubled on a crit.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just a regular.
Yeah.
Like it
Yeah.
only happens on crits. So yeah.
That is also against his.
Yeah, fortitude DC.
That does not critically succeed, but it does succeed.
Okay, he is just grabbed.
Okay.
And then the one that I still have targeted that I grabbed second, I'm going to whirling throw
Okay.
from where he is to right there.
Okay.
Let me do a athletics roll with no penalty. Ooh,
Ooh. What is that against?
fortitude DC.
42 DC. That does not succeed.
Okay, then he doesn't go anywhere, but he is still grappled.
He's grabbed, and the other one is restrained. Okay. Oh god, this one that you have grabbed but not restrained is, oh god. What is it to break out of grabbed, is it? It's a athletics check, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Athletics or acrobatics, isn't it?
Actually, no, it is a escape. You can attempt a check using your unarmed attack modifier. You can attempt an acrobatics or athletics check instead, but it still counts as an attack.
Okay. I will target you just as a... So he's going to attempt an athletics check to get out.
And it's against the DC of the effect, it is against my my fortitude DC, which is 25, which happens to be the same as my AC.
Okay.
Damn.
He just barely manages to get out of your grab. Managing to, with some fairly clever wiggling and applying hard pressure in the correct timing and area, and just get himself free. Before drawing his warhammer.
Before getting attack of opportunity.
Yep. That is an interact action.
Yep. Manipulate.
That is a hit.
Bip.
And with your attack of opportunity, you kill him dead. As you just effectively punch him into the schnoz, you feel something in his nose crack, and he just stops moving and falls limp. Fef, your turn.
We're going to the fan favorite crossbow.
Okay.
Which am I allowed to say it's still loaded, or do I have to reload it since I moved and we could say the bolt fell out or something if you want to be
No,
like that?
if you loaded it last turn, not last turn, but the turn previous, it is still loaded. So.
Yeah, I was on the shoot reload, or
Yep.
the reload shoot reload part.
Yep. Nope. So you are. It is still reloaded. Crossbow does not become unloaded just because you move. Ooh.
And we are going to second action reload, third action try again.
Okay. That first one does miss. Hey, that'll hit though. Hey. Your heavy crossbow, you managed to getting into a very a rhythm you're familiar with at this point. As you fire, realize you've missed, and are already by the time the bolt has already hit the ground, you're already reloading. your crossbow, which is an impressive feat considering you're on a thatched roof, using your foot and whatnot. And you aim it and fire again, and you see the bolt kind of disappear somewhere in the breastplate. You hear, ah!
All right, we're almost even.
Before, but that is about it.
Like I said, we're almost even.
I'll even you!
Is his bolt still sticking out of my shoulder?
Yep. Shit. Did they reload last? Yes, they did. They fired, reloaded, and fired, if I remember correctly. So the first turn will be reloading for firing their crossbow at you, Fef.
Ignore that.
Our friends.
He and I are friends.
Oh, and you seeing the trajectory coming, just kind of effectively Matrix dodge out of the way as Neo dodged the bullets from the agent, except instead of being really cool and balancing on your feet, you just fall back into the thatch and just kind of let the bolt go flying over you.
Hey, I'll take it.
Because that's way more fucking practical. Like, what the fuck? I'll deal with you later. Throws the crossbow to the ground before drawing its long sword. That'll be the end of his turn.
It has another action, doesn't it?
No, because it was...
Load, fire, draw.
Sorry, I forgot he had to load. My bad.
Oh.
And yeah, Aslan went after these two down here because everybody else was converging on the captain of the guard.
Right.
Smart.
And Ilina will move in through the west towards the captain, and will strike with her sword. Oh, that's a crit.
Ho, ho, ho.
You guys watch it. Ilina's sword just comes streaking in. And you watch as the fire seems to just melt through a little bit of the armor. And the captain of the guard's shield arm, quite legitimately, just is cut off from the rest of the body. But at the same time, cauterized. And it's... And Ilina just... That was for my father. You fucking cunt. And Mahajapit, it's your turn.
All right. Going to let Glinthatook wind his way around.
Automatically flat-footed because of the critical specialization from Ilina.
Shit.
And now he's hella flat-footed. Like,
Yep.
And going to do an axe together to boost my buddy up. And at the same time make
Oh boy.
swing.
concave-footed, as Riona just put it.
You forgot to target, but that is a crit.
Oh, fuck.
How do you want to do this?
Hey.
So with the shield arm having been just sheared and cauterized off, I'm imagining Glinthatook coming around and then heaving the tail up and coming down right at the shoulder of the sword arm. And just crashing in, like, if not completely severing, just dislocating and dropping that arm like a solid 5 inches out of the shoulder.
Oh yeah, because technically Glinthatook's tail slam is bludgeoning, not slashing.
Right.
You guys watch as Ilina just cleaves the shield arm out, And then Glinda comes around behind and just, you watch as it connects with the shoulder, and then just the shoulder blade just goes, huh?
You get it, like Dan said, down about 5 inches.
Yes, just absolutely dislocates in a single instant.
And there's probably some ribs that are cracked in with that, too.
Oh, yeah. All of the bones that are in the shoulder have just gone downwards at a violent pace. And you watch as the captain just kind of... and before falling over into the mud and just dies.
Yeah, that's shorn muscles, probably a punctured lung. Not to mention all the blood vessels in that area have no shit been torn open.
Yep. No, it is a very quick but very painful death for the captain of the guard. And I believe that you still have one more action, Mahajapit?
Do. Fortunately, I don't believe I have any... I don't have any sort of single action attacks I could make at the still standing guard over there. Wait, no, there is one. It's gonna be on the weaker side, but fuck it. Let's see if I can wrap this up. Gonna do a 1-action Scorching Ray.
Okay.
It's gonna
don't forget to target.
Yep. Right. Gonna be at -5, but let's give it a shot.
Does not hit, unfortunately.
Damn.
By 5, by the way.
I figured it was worth the shot. It was something
absolutely.
that I could do to wind this down.
Absolutely. Lorenz, it's your turn.
Sort of a similar idea, to be totally honest. I'm going to take a couple steps over here, basically, so that Aslan is no longer between me and me and this guy, and I'm just going to try to hit him with Ray of Frost.
Technically, because of the way that it lines up, she is still...
Does it work from there?
From where you are now?
Yeah. No, that's fine. Fuck it.
It is on -1.
Yeah.
Don't forget to target.
So I'm assuming on your end, when we're targeting something, that it shows you like their actual AC that we're rolling against.
Shows me the AC and the result of how much you missed or hit by.
Okay.
So I can automatically go, you hit or crit by this much.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which, Lorenz, I think you're targeting something else. You are still targeting the last watch officer.
I'm not on my screen.
You are, though. The one that is
I mean,
open.
I'll deselect it, but
okay.
the only one I had a reticle on was the one I was targeting.
Fair. You still hit, though. You did hit. Okay. Aslan, you watch as over your shoulder this cone of coal, this ray of frost comes in, striking this one you have restrained in the fucking face. And it kind of looks like a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. When a person gets fucking hit by any sort of ray of anything cold, and there's just like ice forming off the face.
Frozen streaks of hair blown back and stuck in place.
Exactly. Pax, it's your turn.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 5, 10, 15. He is now
He's already flat-footed. He's already flat-footed from being restrained.
Oh, neat.
Yep. Oh boy, here we go.
Click buttons.
Oh,
Oh,
just missed.
you have a hero point left?
I used mine earlier for that demoralize that I kept not getting.
Yeah,
That's right. That's right. No, unfortunately, even with Aslan grappled, because you're worried about hitting Aslan, you're going to half-heartedly swing your chain, and you just barely missed.
Unfortunate, but okay.
So this watch officer is going to attempt to break free. That was an athletics check, if I remember correctly.
Athletics, acrobatic, or an unarmed attack roll.
Okay. How's a 17?
That is a failure.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
figured.
it's against your athletics DC.
Yep. Well, he's going to attempt to just attempt it again.
At a -5, because it has the attack tag, even if he uses the...
Actually, I think on a failure they can't attempt to
no,
escape again.
Critical failure is the only one where you can't attempt again.
Okay, gotcha.
Hey, speaking of critical failures,
Now he can't attempt again.
yep. So that is the end of his turn as he attempts to struggle out of your grasp twice and fails both times. Aslan, it's your turn.
Aslan's is gonna hold him up a little bit so that their heads are at equal level, and then go for a headbutt.
Oh!
Really?
That's
Oh.
a miss.
That's okay. I'll.
That
Really?
is-
It's always the last guy we
Right.
stumble on
All right,
really
fine.
hard.
Whirling through him. The headbutts aren't bouncing against his helmet.
Yeah, just a bunk, bunk. Really? That'll hit. That's a crit, in fact.
And he gets thrown over there and will take... Does Whirling Throw do double damage on a crit? I don't think it does. Or
No, critical,
It just
critical
lands prone.
success.
He lands prone.
Yeah, D6 plus.
yeah, it'll be 2d6 plus 3.
And he's no longer restrained, I believe.
No, he is free.
Okay. And then, yeah, roll the damage. Oh my god. He is coughing up blood as he hits the ground. Just... Other. Beth, your turn.
I'm gonna reload the crossbow and shimmy on up for a shot.
Okay.
So I'm trying to remember. Is prone a +4 against projectile attacks?
Technically, yes. So, Fef, you have a -4 to this.
Oh, no, that +4 is to his AC, basically.
Yeah.
He gets +4 to his AC, but then a -2 because it's still flat-footed. So
Right, so you have a -2 overall. That is a critical hit regardless.
Oh my god.
So,
Where's it going?
God does not care.
yeah.
Where's it going?
Yeah, hey, Fef, how do you want to?
We're just gonna scurry up over to the edge and legit just poke head and shoulders over and then straight to the face.
There, you watch it. You watch, having just watched Aslan throw this poor motherfucker a solid 20 feet through the air, landing in the dirt and the mud. Just and then you, uncaring for this motherfucker that has caused so much pain and strife in these lands, line up, fire, and you watch as the bolt skims past the faceplate of his helmet, for dipping below, underneath the breastplate, and down into the chest, where it disappears. That is the end of combat.
We do good work.
Everyone receives 250 experience points.
Hey, that puts us at 620.
A solid fourth of a level. As you stand there amongst the quiet, now silent ruins of the um of the
Market Square.
of the market of the town square of Holland. Thank you. You are alone, and it'll just. And that is where we will end tonight's session.
Oh, fuck. That was brutal.
That was honestly really scary for us until we started shutting off the firearms.
That again, wind wall is just 0 damage, but holy fuck, does it shut some shit out?
Not to be callous, can we get a loot goblin on the screen, please?
God damn it!
Wow. Yes, but wow. There you go. Inventory is on the screen.
Party loot goblin.
Not to
Yeah.
be callous, but you mind if I start dancing on these corpses?
I do
Holy-
want it noted that I want at least one of them guns to myself.
That's fair.
I was just gonna wait until next time to say
Corpses are officially lootable, by the way. So, like, you can straight up open their inventories and take what you want, as Pax is just moving them onto the party loot goblin.
That's
How
what
do
he's here
you-
for.
How do you check the inventories?
Double
for them
click.
again?
Double click on them.
Double
Yeah.
click. Okay.
Yeah, double click
Got it.
the corpse or the loot bag, and then double click the goblin.
Right.
And you can just drag and drop from either or to your own inventory if you want. But,
Oh, I see a piece of equipment on one of these officers I don't really like. That signal whistle could have gotten real bad.
yes. Could've.
Unfortunately, that guy was the first to die, I believe.
I believe they all have them.
Yeah, it looks like
There
they
were a
all
couple.
have
Okay,
signal whistles,
I might have
yeah.
clicked on ones that you had already looted.
No, the effectiveness was effectively they had all had been summoned by a signal whistle, except it was Ilina.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
By a signal Viking?
Yeah, I figured it would have been more of a signal whistle would have brought them in formation rather than separate packs, basically.
Effectively.
And now I immediately had the thought process of, I'm sure Clan Fefwalla has signal missiles.
For sure.
very effective.
See that thing that just went boom? Go over there.
Right.
It's also a signal to the enemy if you have chosen the wrong side.
Right. As Pax loots everything, like a manic depressive who requires loot to be happy.
Could you maybe
Are you
just say
saying
my
you
name?
don't?
Can you just not attack me in public like this?
Again, you
Fucking
can-
God.
You can just say my name.
Say my name, say my name.
You all, having effectively defeated the garrison at Halland, will pick up here next week. In the silent ruins of the Halland town square. That is not actually ruins. It is just a normal town square now strewn with bodies.
Much more corpsed.
Thank you, everyone who watched on the stream. Riona, thank you for hanging out. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you to you guys for showing up and playing. I hope you guys had a lot of fun.
Yes.
Always.
I know I did.
Oh, whoops.
And summons to the Hague for war crimes.
What did you just whoops?
The loot goblin's got a max of what he can carry.
Oh.
Apparently 59 bulk out of 5 is too much for him.
I can fix that.
Weird.
It literally stopped letting me move items to him.
Here you go. Try now.
Fuck.
Nope.
Oh, his inventory is just straight up full. Okay, to be fair, I can.
Well,
There we go.
There we go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. To the street. Those in the
Oh,
street.
okay. I see the problem. He literally can't hold any more ammo.
oh my god.
That yeah, he does have 140 bolts and 60 rounds on him. So yeah. Thank you everyone for joining us this evening. I hope you all had fun. We will see you guys hopefully next week. Work is crazy at the moment, so we might not have a session next week. But I'm gonna fucking try. I swear to God.
Come
But
what may. We'll see how it goes.
Indeed. So until then, I hope you all enjoy the messages going by on screen as Pax just loots everything.
I'm done.
As our loot goblin goes to work,
Yep.
putting things in the party inventory.
I am efficient.
Yeah, you guys will have to admittedly move that around each other because that is intended to be the intermediary
Yes.
Right.
between you guys, the bag of holding, or whatever else you have. So
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
It just consolidates it.
right.
Yeah, I was about to say, this also makes it a lot easier for next time when we start. We can just be at our usual camp map.
Yep. So until
Right.
then, have a wonderful evening, and as always, stay good, neighborhood. See you guys next time.